the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Let's get things started. How's everyone? Welcome into the stream. For those that don't know, I'm Mark Power. This is Mark Powercast. This is Reaper. He's a legend of himself. Actually, I've had the pleasure of doing production for him. Is maybe the better way of putting it, mate, isn't it? Because for Rainbow Six, mate. So welcome in. How are you today, first and foremost?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm super excited to cast PUBG for the very first time. I've been doing it in practice, by myself, just looking at some games, trying to get some casts in. But this is the first time I'm going to do it for real, so I'm excited. Looking
I've
forward to
thrown
it.
him in the deep end, basically, guys. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So, he really good caster on Rainbow Six. He messaged me about doing a bit of PUBG, and I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And then I'm like, what are you doing now? Cool, jump in. We've got round of 16. We've got round of 16 though for the rotation. Catch people up, obviously, if you have missed it. What it basically is the rotation last year was one of the key indicators for the MEA region as a whole, and they wanted to bring it back for the second half. Obviously, the first half of the year is done. This is now coming, and we are now obviously during the Esports World Cup is a big thing. Now, 6,000 USD is up for grabs for first to fifth, but are the regions, as you know, split within two. We've got the EU and the MEA side of things. These are the MEA qualifications. Today, though, is the final day of qualifications. It's the final 16 teams, which does mean we have to say goodbye to actually quite a large amount. We're only taking a top six through after the sixth game today. It's worth noting Twix, who did qualify yesterday, that actually one of their players is in a region that is not allowed to play anymore. So they are unable to play, and actually they forfeited their position. And now we have Easy Peasy, who has Spicker, a name which you guys and girls know. He's playing in their stead. So super friendly. Claros, afternoon, mate. How you doing, mate? Good to see you again. But the big thing for me is not the prize pool here, Reaper. It's, yes, there is money up for grabs. Yes, the teams are playing for the money, but they're also playing for a golden ticket. The PEC Full is coming up, and a winning team will get a golden pass through to the group stages. So that there is worth a big bang of bucks, and I think this is why these teams have been super aggressive early on. So I'm excited to see things kicked off. Obviously, a bit sad that we've lost 18, but we still got a pretty stacked lobby. I know you said you know some of these teams and some of these players, because I know you have been doing a lot of research because you are the analyst behind the things anyway. But for me, there's a couple of teams I want to talk about which I haven't covered so far. Bad Boys, obviously coming into today. We know the name, but they've had to change up a team. So we should expect them to be hyper aggressive. They really struggled yesterday. When I went look back and looked at the events, they didn't actually get through into the last couple of games. Arguably, a ditched attempt on the last game really to go through. And it was the trend for some of these other teams as well, because unlike the Bumble squads, unlike Para Esports, who put on really big games early on, they actually struggled, some of these teams getting through. So it's tough. Top six, though, arguably is tough as well. What are you kind of expecting for these teams, I suppose, kicking off for game number one? Is there anything that you're going to be looking for yourself?
Well, I'm definitely going to be looking at Bad Boys because that is the one name that I recognize from some of the other formats, including some regional tournaments around, below, and during PEC. Obviously, PEC, that's going to be the big spot that everyone's looking out for. If you get a chance to compete in PEC, that's a chance for you to maybe even make it all the way to PGS. And I mean, from there, sky's the limit. There's a lot of options for you to try and fight for it. I'm just looking forward to seeing some MEA competition because I've mostly been focused on, the E aspect of EMEA. I've been mostly watching European teams, so I'm just looking forward to seeing, this region in action as well.
Seatbelt in, mate. Trust me. It's going to be hard. This region, I can tell you, is aggressive. There's a W key. I think that's all they've got. Maybe even a shift W key. They only push forward most of the time. So I wouldn't be too surprised, yeah, for an aggressive, should I say, stances for a lot of these teams and players. So watch that space, basically here. As I mentioned before, we are best of six. It is the final 6 games that we are going to be contending, and it is going to be only 6 teams that we are going to be taking. Right, Bad Boys are a team that you want to be looking. As Guardians will go for Farmers. Yeah, Farmers are in tonight. The only difference with the leaderboard is going to be that T-Wix team. The guys will update it. Basically, that is easy peasy tonight, due to a region. Nothing underward, nothing sus. Unfortunately, one of the players, though, is in a region and the IP range, but that region is not allowed. So, therefore, they have had to give up their spot. So, a little bit sad. A couple of other teams, I think, for those that should be watching out for, Para Esports, a huge. Bullet Rain put a 24 kill game on round number 1. Bumblebees put a 22 kill game round number 1 as well. So hyper aggressive teams, they will be looking for kills quite early on. We've got double Miramar, we then go Tego. We've got 1 Rondo as well, guys, before we close things off on a double Wrangle. And all of that being said, we've got to do it all again next week. We have the EU teams that are going to be kicking things off. And then once we finish the qualifications, it's down to the invite teams. But that's enough waffling for me. Let's just get things started. It's going to be, as I said, match number 1. It's round of 16 now for the rotation summer edition. Let's get in. Game 1. Here we go. Here it is. It's time to get in. Time to throw this man into the deep end. PUBG EU is going to be tough. The MEA is even tougher. But this flight path, not too bad though to start. We've got southwest up towards a northeast. There's a lot to grab for these teams. I think most of these teams will get their general drop spots. So I wouldn't expect too much of an early fight. I think there's a bit of a question around Picardo. But generally speaking, it's not a bad flight path. Lemon Gaming, how you doing, mate? How's things? Hopefully you are good. Playing done. Over Miramar. Let's go Pera. Oh, by the way, guys, we are live for you in chat. We're on a delay. The delay coming to us is 15 minutes. It's pretty straightforward, which is actually quite nice. I sometimes don't like casting on delay. Farmers, big chat as well. I think Pera, if they start as they did yesterday, I think it'd be good to see. Farmers, I haven't watched during this event so far. This is the first time I get to see Farmers. There's the plane done and dusted with 1 minute 10, so 20 seconds left on the clock before we get to see the first zone. And that zone has to go in and around that flight path. So we've got a couple of teams pretty close. Bumble Squad taking Chimacera and Lost Leones having a 2 split, but I wouldn't be too surprised for them to be okay and just separate slightly. Here comes the zone. It's going to go down towards that southeast. Reaper, what do you make of this one, mate?
Well, this is pretty far to the south. There's quite a bit of water in the first circle already. And usually when I see a southeast shift on Miramar, I'm expecting it to hard shift in the second phase again. For some reason, the game just really likes doing that. The trend is just, if you're going to go water, you commit to it one more time. And so I'm already expecting this to be more of a coastline finish. Yeah. So I think there's not going to be a lot of space quite early on. So teams are either going to have to rotate early or they will have to fight for edge positions. And that is going to be difficult with so many teams trying to rotate in.
Edge positions could be hard. Just checking I've got games on. I have got games on. And it looks like we've already had a first death as well. Looks like our first kill from Smokewall. They are taking on, I believe, Zuzi. Sitting in here. Island Circle. I wish for an Island Circle. They're a bit mad. Cruise, this is quite high up, so these teams are going to have to rotate back down. Yes, the water is going to be a real key one to watch here because if the zone does push back down that way, it pushes quite hard. If it holds on to the water for longer, I does think it might be able to try and hold out. They do get one back, Zuzi. Great knockback as Smokewall. Well, they've got one DBNO, and Smokewall, a Bambi's eyes in the sky, but can't get the knock, so can't really help out at the moment.
Right, bit of a fight ensuing between the two. Now finally the knock comes through. Asumsir goes down as well. And with that, Suzy already losing players early. That's not good for them. Smokewall, in the meantime, also able to recover one of their players. 2 kills for Surfy quite early on. Just getting some numbers into the game quite early. Contesting Crudaval. Just using this massive position up here is Bambi. Just able to get in a lot of shots, just pot shots. And more importantly, a lot of information for his team. And that is going to pressure the remaining players still alive for Suzy to just rotate out, to try and run away and keep themselves alive. If they don't get hunted down by Smokewall, they will have a chance to re-enter the game early on, but definitely not a good start for them here.
And you're right, I think the key thing you mentioned there is about the information. Bambi's going to be able to get the information to the guys that they are backing off, they are trying to get out of town. It's difficult sometimes because as a 2, they could put themselves in a corner and potentially hold out and maybe get some more knocks and kills. So I'd be interested to see what Smoke will do. Do they continue making the push? They've already got 2 points on the board, so technically they're leading. But it is game number 1. We are best of 6, but we are only taking a top 6. So I think for me, Smokewall might go, do you know what? We'll take it. let's maybe back out of this one. We get the cars, maybe move our way down because they've got quite a bit to rotate. These guys are out of zone.
Yeah, a long way to go to the zone. Of course, blue damage in the first phase not going to be all that painful. There's quite a bit of time that you can take to rotate, but the later you rotate, the worse your position is going to be to try and fight for it, to make it into the following zones, and that's when you really start struggling. That's when you're starting to fight the edge from outside of the zone, and that is a disadvantageous position because you're the one that's forced to push. You're the one that's on the offense, and you're the one that has to try and take space away from others. That does give you an opportunity to try and hunt for kills, so if Smokewall decide to stay here, they may have a chance to go for a more aggressive high kill game later on, but it does bear the risk of them just getting completely shut out by multiple teams gatekeeping them, and if you get unlucky, there's just nothing really that you can do to try and get into the zone. If it shifts away from you at the wrong time, no matter how much utility you have, no matter what cars you might have access to, you're still not going to be able to fight your way in, so that's difficult, and Bambi is just really trying to find the shot.
Hounding those shots. We've got to be careful. Got to be careful. Okay, West, how you doing, mate? Zuzi backing away. Bambi needs to get stuff on, but Smokewall got aggressive. They want the kills. This is the region. There's the knock comes through. Great spray with the 3 times on the ace. Looking for the final player as the nades and the util come raining back. Zuzi's down to a final player. Needs to hold off as the util dump happens. Smokewall, well, they draw the line in the smoke, and it seems to be we want the kills now.
Yeah, Smokewall now committing to this. With Bambi being able to see that Suzy had absolutely no cars to try and rotate out of this, they're just running their way through the desert. And that is not a good way to try and escape from this situation, as there's a lot of empty space, and Smokewall are heavily on the chase as they're trying to just finish off this last player. There won't be a pickup coming through, and there we go. Smokewall completely taking out Suzy. They take 4 kills. It's Surfy to take every single one of them, and that has to be a really, really good start for Smokewall here.
Definitely a really good start for them. You obviously have to try and move forward now, but look back at the zone. The zone isn't at bottom side. And look, guys, it's not going to be that island that you want. I know you want the islands. It's just not going to happen. It's too far. Actually, if it does happen, I'll be shocked. But at the moment, I don't think that is going to be the case. Bumble Squad, they've got to rotate. As I said, game, obviously, I got to pleasure of casting around 64, around 32. And they strong, actually, really, really strong, really good game. As I said, that 22 kill game, that was really strong for them as well. So keen to see how they start day number 3. Is the level of consistency there for them? We'll have to wait. But for now, they scout the compounds. They're looking to find a little bit of position, not too far away from the zone, or the coast, I say. They are firmly grasping phase number 1 in zone.
Bit of a split coming out from Bumble as well. Not too far away from one another, just looking to take some space, scouting ahead, making sure that they have a lot of this space around them for free. And that's very important early on in the game. If you have all this space, you should try and scout it out. You should make sure that every single nook and cranny is clear. And then you can just sit around, use all of that space, play really, really big splits, and capitalize off of people pushing into your territory. If you can cover a lot of ground, you do spread yourself thin, but as long as you know that there's nobody that's potentially coming up behind you, if you know where everyone's coming from, if you have that information, you should be able to play around it properly. And so I like what Bumble are doing because they're just getting themselves out early. They're just taking this space. They're looking for high ground positions. And the moment the new zone comes in, they have the opportunity to shift wherever their best player is positioned.
They're doing. So a couple of pop shots coming out. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ijimo. How you doing? Evening, good morning, or afternoon, wherever you are. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit more 2-2 splits, right? Maybe this tile of zone, we're going to have the water. If it does pull back down to the water, again, it means potentially you're going to have to get the shift. Bad Boys, though, 1 versus Boost. Well, he gets knocked down by Savage as they collapse in. Well, he's cutting one of the Bad Boys off a bit further over from the town. Lord Skiff, obviously, new pickup for them. New pickup. So it's not too bad. I think this team looks pretty solid. I'm just worried to say with Bad Boys. I know we know the name. I know they're super stacked. I know they're mechanically gifted. But it worries me. Round 1 and round 2, they're leaving it to the last couple of games before qualification. Does that mean they're struggling on the Miramars and the Rondos and the Tagos and they're reliant on the Orangles? I just would like to see him maybe get some early points on the board.
I mean, everybody has their favorite maps, of course, but that isn't a free pass to try and do badly on all the other ones. You do need to get some points, and at least, you know, if there's a map that you don't really like, you should be able to still play damage control. You should still be able to play salvage games. Just because it's not your favorite map doesn't mean you just don't have to learn how to play it. So leaving it for late. Of course, if you're really good on Erangel and you're confident on it, you can leave it for this late, but it's always a risk because you get taken out once on Erangel, and that means you only have one more game to try and, you know, get all the necessary points to get yourself in the top 6. I wouldn't try and leave it that late. They have lost one player early. However, before we get ahead of ourselves, there is still 3 other players alive, and so far there's no commitment to the fight between the 2 teams next to each other because there's still plenty of space, and there's some people on Overwatch, you know, up above from Banana who are going to prevent this fight coming out because Savage is going to have a bit of a problem if they want to try and push up. So at the moment, just a stalemate, just sitting around, and I think rotation might be coming through as well for Bad Boys to just get themselves away from this fight as the second circle pops. And we are actually already shifting away from the water. We still have some coastline in here. Most of the water is gone now, however. Los Leones is still in this, but more of a northwestern shift, as a lot of the teams are still in this. So this zone really not doing too much other than for the 2 teams like Smokeball, who are still having to rotate in here. They do have a bit of a storm to try and cover them getting into this. They will have a compound on the edge, but the question is, with the next circle shift, they will have to continue moving forward, and where do they go from there?
That's where they go from there. I think the zone shift giving up the water quite early does divide the IGLs a little bit now, where it's going to play into that top side, or are we going to expect it to play into that southeast? I just worry. Los Leones has been in a few times, maybe a city ending, you know, or at least an edge of a city could be quite tempting. Does mean then if we are going to get a city, we're going to see teams be able to hide away. We're not going to see everyone getting pushed out and lose position based on the water. It means as numbers stay up, which means game 1 could be a bit more frantic than what we might have anticipated. A few shots coming over. Savage after their first kill. Unconfirmed on Bad Boys. They go for a full send as they punch a hole through into zone. Loads of options for this team here, wherever they want to put up. I'd say there's still more teams maybe on that north and mid pack area. Oh no.
Oh, there's some shots coming through from a different direction. Savage are involved in a fight, and they have no idea that Banana might be that close to them. At the moment, Furlet is in a beautiful position to just gain a lot of information, and the moment practicing big trigger discipline as he has multiple opportunities to take some shots, but I think he might be waiting for an opportunity to try and punish.
Bumble.
There we go, he goes for it, but immediately Bumble is there to punish on a crossfire as well, so Furlet takes a lot of damage in response. He will have to pull himself back, and that might be the saving grace for Savage, as they're still, you know, bound to rotate. They got themselves into a position that maybe wasn't as good as they thought it would be. And now seeing that Banana is around as well, they turn on them, and it's Sequel to find Furlet. That's the opening pick for Savage in this fight. What a turnaround for them. They might still be able to hold themselves together here. Haven't lost a player yet. So far, not going all that badly.
No, they're covered from Bumble Squad. Bumble Squad got the high ground. We saw them scouting their way in, right? So they can see down as you play up and over. But where Savage position, really, really good. I think part of that trigger discipline, Banana was the only one there. You got to think maybe if there was 2, maybe 3, it could have been a different outcome. Actually falls in favour of Savage. There comes a secondary knock now. Banana got a big decision to make as well. They can't be letting a game number 1 slide away like that. A couple of pop shots come over. Sequel comes over the top. But no, Flora, dodge, duck, and dive as we'll keep holding on to that Miramar Ridge. But Savage, though, I'll be eager to get these points confirmed. At least stopping Bumble Squad. And he's getting the steals. There's one. That's number 2 on the board for them. Savage rolling. Great shots again. Down to the final players as Flora, the final one for Banana, needs to get hidden and get away from this fight. This is not looking good for Banana team.
They've only got 1 player left standing. Furlet gets finished off as well. Now they just have to try and find Flora as, once again, another player knocked out. Savage able to clean up these kills as well. Very important for them. They've got themselves 4 in this matchup already, of course, killing that player from Bad Boys early on as well. So despite making a rotation into the sidelines of 2 different teams, Savage is given the opportunity to rotate right back out, able to take this fight to iBanana, and at the moment, they're absolutely getting away with this. They just have to worry about this last lurking player, and as soon as they can find him, they will have to try and move toward the zone. If they can't find him in time, they may have to just rotate and leave him behind, with the risk that he might be able to punish them on the getaway. But with the new circle popping and basically centering up, that means that you know, Savage are one of the few teams that will have to make a really, really big move here, as they're not in the next one.
Is pretty much a straight donut. It does mean though it's better for the teams in the sense that we're not going Lost Leons, right? I know we've not got the islands, I know we've not got the city, and that's what we all want to watch as casters and viewers, the madness unfold. For the players though, this is actually maybe one of the better scenarios that could come out of this, because apart from Savage and the guys in the south, most teams are in, most teams have got hard cover, now just waiting for the final zone to really be decided, but I think there's a massive indication where it's going to go. Easy peasy, we mentioned these guys, they missed out by a point yesterday. France's first team, second team now to fall, as they do get caught up. Easy peasy, obviously are back, they've lost one, not down to a 3-3. Yeah, not a bad location. Banaria, they know they're going to lose it after this. They might need to move on. Stardust in the kill feed, picking up Smoke Wall. What's going on? A lot of teams looking to find their final positions. For a number of them, they're already locked down. They've already thrown an anchor out. They're going to be looking for these kills on the rotation.
All right, and as we're currently observing, Easy Peasy, of course, the team that just about makes it in by the unfortunate disqualification of the team that beat them by that 1 point. They're able to find themselves inside of this lobby once again, and with that opportunity, they've taken a bit of space over on the edge. They have a few shacks. They have quite a bit of control on this side of the map, but nothing much to speak of. There's a rotation coming into the center. Bad Boys just getting caught out everywhere, trying to find a spot in the center somewhere, and they're getting cut out from every direction at the moment.
That was rough. Rough rotate. That was we gotta go. We gotta go, guys. Falls them through the middle. They do lose another one. I think actually Nordskiff was looking for this position here that Kaif was in, but obviously initial shots diverted him. He did get across. He has spun out. He is surviving. He should be all right for a period of time. People should fight around, but Kaif with a 2-1 hold. Cool start. Very strong player actually, early stages. Unfortunately, can't get past the banister this time. I do worry. There will be a period of time when they go, we know there's only one set of shots coming out from this compound. A team that might be desperate to try and take an outside edge will come in and take this away from him. If they do, that's going to expose the other two. Hopefully, they've got enough smokes. We say there's only one there, so maybe not. Have to wait and see how these end zone goes. 30 seconds before we see phase number 4. Nordskiff did find himself a little home to live in. It's the compound now. Bullet Rain for me sitting in a really good spot. EG sitting in a fantastic spot as well. It might be coming down to position place, but it's also going to be coming down to where this zone decides to shift. It shifts further west, gives up the east and lost the owns. Wow, refusing to let go of this zone just now. That means there's a lot of high ground. Pera going to collapse their 2-2 split now. They're going to sit low down. Secure Ascension could be in a wonderful position as they are the only team holding high terrain on that west-hand side.
Ooh, I like what Para is doing. The moment that zone shift comes out, they're immediately giving up their split and just moving into the center, just retaking position, just 4-man up inside of the compound. Shot. They have that control. Beautiful shot from Bumble. As Savage, also, you know, a team that was able to find a very good fight outside of the zone, but struggling to find their rotation into this. They're now just getting held down by Bumble. And, I mean, how do you get out from this position?
He either has to run the blue. He's lost the tyres. Bumble he took the tyres.
Oh, God.
For me, it sounds really, really bad. But game number 1, deny to zone. Get the res and let him go to zone. That's 2 points. You're not going to be contending with Bumble squads. Are you going to get out? Actually, the fact that Bumble Deep's now backed away, if they identify he's gone, they could maybe make the run in. Actually, don't get the res. So, Rozzie's gone down. And Bumble Deep will get that kill confirmed. Billionaire, he's been spotted, AWM in hand. Strong player, by the way, guys. There's a few POV streams. I'll get them up in a second. I'll put the command center up for you guys, and I'll get as many POV streams in, so you can also watch the main stream plus every single team, or every team that's streaming POV stream as well. So you get a taste of all. Bumble Squad, they kind of backfill here, Pera Esports, but I think you're right. Pera's move and collapse from a 2-2 split to a 4, that's going to be really strong for him for game 1.
Right, in the meantime, Nordskiff is still able to find a flush. So despite Bad Boys just getting completely destroyed on their rotation, trying to find some space in the center, with the new zone shift, of course, more on the edge now, is still able to find a pickup as there's some fights unfolding. Easy peasy now eliminated as well, trying to find a rotation. A lot of kills happening in the feed at the moment as EG are finding some kills. Bullet Rain also getting in on this. Stardust is losing some players in the meantime. They're getting held down as well. Just so much happening here. Some utility coming out too from Bullet Rain. They have the Overwatch here from this compound, and they can just try and hold on to this as they've got a good fight onto Stardust at the moment.
Hold on, Bullet Rain was in the compound. Smoke will backfill the compound as Bullet Rain moved to this location, which is quite... They've come to the other side. And Bullet Rain obviously had a 3-1 hold, if I remember right. So Smoke will getting blessed taking a compound, which I think is going to go back that way anyway. Now they're farming kills, fair party action. Everyone on this west hand will be free open shots for people at the moment. That'd be a temptation to take that drop for Smoke Walls. It's right on their doorstep. And there goes that zone bounce back. I actually think that Smoke Wall should still be in, I believe, as we've given up some of this high terrain on the west-hand side. Teams going to get rotating in, and we've seen already how painful it can be for some of these teams lurking out. Yes, Smoke Wall are in. Look, still mental. Great play.
Good position from Smokewall. They did lose a player to Nordskiff who's still lurking around. They tried to put a player out on a bit of a flank to just get some map control, to get some space for themselves for later flank opportunities and information, but he does get taken down, and now 4Farmers also gets taken down in the process against EG, but not without EG taking some casualties as well, and now there's nades coming in as well. Take Risk trying to clean up this fight. They've got two players trying to move in on this last standing player on the side of EG. It's just Kaboom's left. He's very low on HP. That nade nearly took him out. And now there's more utility being thrown out from Take Risk. They will have an opportunity to try and push onto this. Have to make sure they're not taking too much time. Your flashbang's coming out. With a peek over the ridge. A bit of a fight. And there we go. EG finally taken out. Not without some fights coming back. So Take Risk also with some casualties in the meantime.
It's an interesting zone. I kind of feel like the 2-2 split for Para Esports and their collapse at the right time. That's going to put them in a top position for me, looking at this zone here. Bumble need to work their way in. Savage need to work their way in. Secure Sense and losing part of their zone. They're going to have to come in. Smoke Wall at the moment are okay. Argument, the zone will push back towards the south again, so they're going to have to move in. And they've got open terrain. So if that's the case, the field actually on the south is less unplayable. When we see it play north of that compound, there's like these little ridges and dips that you can play. So that'd be quite rough for Smoke Wall. For now, Savage take the car, they move forward, still not in zone. Everyone's going to start hugging these bottom of the cliffs, waiting to try and pick up as many kills as they can. This, for some teams, is literally take some kills, we're not getting a win.
Oh, this was Savage moving out of necessity. They had no more opportunity. They were behind Bumble. They had to move in front of them, and that allows Bumble to just completely collapse on this, with Sakura getting in on the fun as well. And now Deep just trying to push forward. Got an opportunity here. I do see that he's a bit low on ammo, so he will need some of these fights to get himself recovered on that 5.56. Otherwise, he will run out fairly quickly in the endgame here. So if he can take that fight to Savage, maybe restock, that would be a good opportunity, as Sakura still fairly split, not in the zone yet, just trying to take this fight, playing guerrilla tactics. And Savage now finally eliminated. This is a self-nade coming through, try and deny it. And Bumble, I think, also had a knocked player, as Sakura now collapsing onto this as well. Sakura just using this edge fight at the moment, using this zone fight to clean up every single one. And they're on 6 kills already. They've got a good opportunity here. They had the most powerful position, and they're absolutely abusing it to find every possible point for themselves. This beautiful swing past that smoke, able to take down Duality as well. Sakura cleaning house at the moment.
Secure Sense is strong. Can you expand the kill feed out to 5? I wish it's actually a blip since the latest update, or last couple of updates. There's two things. One, I can't expand it out because the big esports boys and girls are doing all the production. A massive shout out to them. We'll talk more about that shortly. But since the latest update, as an observer, we can't. And it also misses the last kill, if you notice. So it's even harder to follow. We're trying to keep up to speed as much as we can for you. But it is a PUBG update that I can't change, unfortunately, guys. And it is killing me as well, don't worry. Zone shift away. There comes that towards that south shift. So Smoke, we've got to try and get the move as well. Secure Sense in a good spot, but no, Sub-Zero. He puts it down. Hitman goes out, and I think Secure Sense dropped the ball, really. They were there watching, waiting. If you want the leaderboard, the best one to go for is for this one here, exclamation mark teams. Keep an eye on challenger mode. It's better positioned for this event. Secure Sense now losing 1, down to 3. 8 kills. Good game so far. We're 1 team away from getting into the placement point. Don't forget, from 8 teams up, that's that's when we start getting those placement points. And Billionaire, well, he's making a billionaire shot with that AWM as he puts down the Bumble Squad.
Bumble Squad in a very tough position, just completely sitting ducks at the moment from Sakura, who are taking some shots from Para now as well, who are in this compound. Sakura trying to crash this, but a bit of miscoordination as they lose their players one by one here going down, and this Bad Boys player is still in. Nordskiff has taken another life. Somehow, this is a big salvage game for Bad Boys. They've lost 3 players early, and yet this man is doing all the legwork by himself.
He is insane. Such a good player. I think he's lost his position. That'd be part of that kill feed. I think he might be down and out, but Smoke will take in that area. But he does go down with another kill, another steal. Nordskiff, mechanically, like crack player. Definitely a name if you don't know. Keep an eye on that one. Perry Esports, though, doing the right thing. They've been defending that south push, though, as Secure Sensor down to their final player. Tech is now blooming the smoke. A couple of shots coming from the Hazard. Doesn't quite get the full knock. He's down to ones. Tekers might just try and hold out for as long as he can. In the blue, praying to get himself in towards the kill feed. Billionaire going off on Bumble Squad as well, as everyone is fighting for next. No, there goes a big name from Madsy. We saw some huge Kobe's yesterday from him. And Take Risk trying to get back to get the res, trying to go forward, but hasn't got any heavy util. Might take the opportunity, but no. Cave's going to end it. Take Risk didn't risk it. And as a result, they take 9th place. We're now in our top 8. Correct that. Top 7 is Secure Sensing. Well, they bag another point. 1 point there for 8th place.
All right, and with that, we are in placement points. And this is the opportunity to try and find everything that you need. A smoke wall. I see Surfy on 7 kills at the moment. So this is a big game from smoke wall as well. They have lost 2 players. It is a 2-2 split. They're still in contention with Nordskiff, who's actually still alive.
He's alive, yeah.
The fact that these 2 teams are fighting, this is a big salvage game for Bad Boys, and it's a very good game for Smokewall so far. They might still be able to rack up a kill or 2 and a few placement points if they can, depending on how the zone shifts. But at the moment, I think Para the most dominant in the server, as I did see another knock come through. Bad Boys able to flush
again.
That. Bumble. Yeah, Nordskiff, it's incredible. Annihilated Smokewall. Smokewall is out. He just soloed Smokewall, able to kill them, find himself more placement
And
points
he's in
as
the top
Type gets
4.
taken out as well. That is incredible.
Correct.
What a salvage game from him.
Correct. I think he was in a position to smoke for worse. He must have played outside edge. For now, Parrot Esports, what they've down to 2. They made the push. Bumble Squad had enough. They got a bit of a sting as they will launch back. But these 2 Clash of the Clans will go head to head, and looks like they agree to go the opposite way. Top 4, it's a 3 versus 2 versus 1 versus 1. Bumble Squad with the numbers are slightly split. It's kind of a 2-1. They might have to tighten up. They're not in zone. Para's the only team now in zone. It's going to be based upon timing. Bumble surely is not going to go out to the field, so they should hug in. But that means Nordskiff could maybe pop up and get a couple of freebies on Bumble Squads. I think it's going to go quick. We are phase 7. There's only 2 more to go. I can't see this going straight to the wire.
I mean, at the moment, Para definitely the most advantageous position. Bumble still have the numbers, and now it's just a question of who moves first, because that will be a disadvantage unless you can try and sneak past them. As Nordskiff, Eski, they will both have to move. They're not in the zone. They find themselves a position in the field, but now some shots being taken. I think that's Nordskiff shooting at the other solo.
No.
Stardust taking some fire.
No, it's Madsy. It was Madsy. Madsy had the higher ground. There's a bit of a bump, and Nordskiff can't quite see him. But I tell you what, it has done. It's told Nordskiff that he's got a player above him, so he's just instantly changed his direction. Yeah, just based there's a little ridge that Nordskiff and Stardust can kind of meet into the middle here, and they will be okay. The fact that Madsy's gone for a little bit of a peekaboo, that's given a lot of intel to Nordskiff, so watch him watch that corner now.
Right, taking some shots as well. We'll have to quickly heal up. And Para, of course, may still have that compound position, but Bumble Squad have managed to inch their way forward. That's all they need. Next zone shift comes through, still fairly center. Nordskiff, Eski, they will both still have to move, and you can see Nordskiff just trying to lurk up toward Bumble. Being spotted, does finally get spotted, and there we go. It's the other solo to take him down. This time for real, as Stardust is able to find that pickup. So Eski able to find one more now in the top 3. The question is, how much longer will he be able to hold on? He's got a hay bale and a deployable shield for cover, and he's not inside of the zone, so he will have to move, and he's got 5 people basically looking his direction. So there's not much to play for here.
Let's agree to take the solo bar, then we can fight. But Para get the knock. They take the number advantage away from Bumble Squad. It's phase 8. 16 seconds before it makes the pop. Here is Para Esports be looking to ensure they don't get the res, which I don't think Bumble can do. Going to take it down to a 2 versus 1. The solo, yes, has kind of been identified. But Para have got an opportunity now to maybe make the push forward, maybe take on Bumble Squad. How many smokes they got, I don't know. And actually it's stolen, so Stardust will put another kill on the board. That's number 4 for them. You got to take it. If you're down these numbers, you've got an open train to run. He's going to try and get here and lay down. Surely he's going to get covered. There we go. He's just about in here. Oh, he's not. No, he's not.
No, he's not quite in the zone, and it's the tiniest of ridge lines to try and provide him cover. Para is looking his way. They know he's trying to make a move here, as he will have to.
He's in.
And
Just. Para Esports got util. So they've got smokes, they've got heavy util.
Yeah.
I wonder how much Bumble I don't think would have as much because they were fighting on the south for quite some time. We saw that push across the road. Para will be lacking, I think, in what they might need from a utility dump. I kind of am pushing towards Para at the ending, just maybe on what they have. But the downside to them is they've only got a certain area they can pop out. Here come the move. Para has to make the move, though. Stardust got a nade as well. It's the final nade to make this one count as he has a look over the top. He sees some players, makes a bit of a spray, double guesses where he's going to launch that nade at the moment. He goes back towards it. Needs to go for an overarm, not an underarm. That's a bit of a random throwaway. There's going to be no one there. Just tells me he's got no intel. He's going to find that's clear. He's going to wish he didn't launch that nade that way.
oh, this is going to be crucial. The solo is going to get into this 2v2, and that may decide who gets away with this match, as the shield is gone from Crossberg. There's some smokes to cover, as Para is still sitting behind their own smokes, so no kill coming through just yet. But here comes Eski. This is the opportunity. He tries to find some picks onto Bumble. Doesn't quite connect. Everyone's still alive. And this now has given the game away for this last remaining Stardust player. Para trying to go for this flank around. They should know that he's here. They saw some shots come out. Here comes the swing. There we go. That's the solo taken out. That is the
big IQ play.
Unaccounted for player taken out. Now Para have this opportunity to close it out. They will. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. As Para were a team to watch out for, Mark, and they're able to take the first game pretty confidently.
Strong first game. I think if we break it down, 2 parts for them. They had that 2-2 split, so they were unsure if it was going to play towards that south, back towards that coast area, but it didn't. And as that zone popped, I think you said, they moved in straight away. They collapsed that 2-2, strong 4. And then the job for Para was just defend. Teams were pushing in from the west. They were just sending their way down. And actually, they held out pretty well. And then, for me, that high IQ play at the end, they used a blue zone nade that Bumble Squad threw over as a smoke, as their smokes were dissipating. They crossed over to the road where the dot was going to be, cleaned the solo. It's a good time on there, but they just had completely open 2-man or 2 bumblebees, shall we say. Really, really good plays, really good micro and macro plays actually through that whole round there for our team, Para. But let's not shy away. Bumble Squad did well. It was an aggressive play from them as they came from the south. They had a lot of teams, though, Reaper, to fight. And I think that team refused to go down quite easily, should we say.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, I think Sakura were completely in control of the entire edge fight, and Bumble Squad was at the mercy of Sakura. The problem is, at the wrong time, Sakura started getting problems from behind. They started getting backfilled, and that allowed about like 5 to 10 seconds for Bumble Squad to make their move, and they did. They got some knocks, but they were able to recover most of their players, and so they were able to get into the late game with 3 still alive, which is incredible from the low ground position that they were in, in phase 5. And from there, being able to still convert that into a second place is obviously massive.
What a big shout out to our Nordskiff. He bagged 5 kills, 6 points in total on kills for them, plus a 4th place. So that is a salvation game for Bad Boys. So not a bad game, number 1. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it is going to be game number 2, and it will be the final Miramar, unfortunately, for our qualifications for these teams in this region. For now, we'll take a quick break. We'll see you guys in a few.
Searching for with a break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
I had one job to do, and that was to change the number in the corner, and I forgot to do it again. Terrible. Match number 2, Miramar. It's the final Miramar Reaper for our round of 16, and more importantly, the qualifications for the MEA. So we have a south, west, looks like it's going away towards the north, northeast potentially. So hopefully another good flight path.
Yeah, not too one-sided. I think definitely a lot of map space being covered so early on. A lot of different loot positions, so we won't have scrappy fights. We will actually, for most teams, have the ability to loot up, get some good items, get some loadouts that you prefer. Maybe even find some e-pickups along the way, depending on what the rotations are like. Excited for how this next circle is going to turn out. The first one was southeast. I'm hoping that we get a different circle to round this all out. So that we don't see the same part of the map twice in a row. Here's to hoping.
Well, we're going to wait. It's actually in the center, so it actually favors a little bit more towards that sort of west-hand side, potentially. Now, I had a Partona ending the other day. That was interesting because it's quite an unrehearsed area. You kind of get the default ending. There's no hot drops. Those teams are pretty much spread out, and we're about 4 seconds away before we get the opportunity to see our zone. Where does it go? Nobody knows. It goes late, so it is up in that northwest corner. Maybe we get that crater field that we've not had for ages. Maybe it's Nel Pozo. A lot of high ground here, Reaper. So there's going to be teams potentially making early rotations to take some high terrain to gather that intel.
I mean, it is the opposite circle, so I'm happy with that turnout already. And with this northwestern circle to start with, there's also the opportunity for a lot of these teams to make some very, very big rotations all the way from southwest and northwest to try and get into the circle, to try and get into some deeper positions and find their way in. So there's going to be plenty of time to try and loot up, even for some of the teams that are further away, such as Bumble, for instance, or Bad Boys, who are just all the way out on that southern island, close to it at least. And so they will all get an opportunity to loot up, get some items, get themselves started, and then go for a big rotation to try and find themselves a spot into the circle later on. And so I'm expecting a fairly slow start.
Could be a slow start for some, not for others. So Takers know Savage is here. They've gone up. I think they're trying to figure out exactly where they've gone, where he's gone to get a car. I think they've come back to the compound. Now, he closed that door. This could be a 50-50. This is a bit of a roll of the dice, because if they pop over the wrong time, Savage gets a knock. If they identify where he is, it's a 2 versus 1. I don't think both of them have the full gear. Now, look at this. Hamdar has not got a lid, has not got a vest. You have to argue at some point, how effective is he going to be? There's some initial shots. He now has to duck in, and it's actually Savage that picked him up. So, lucky enough for them, he's picked up the one that has the armor, that has the gear. And actually, Hamdar might find himself in between Savage. As you can see him coming in that mini-map, they are rolling their way down to provide some support.
And with that, Savage, this time involved once again early. Last time around, they were, I think, the second team to be involved in any sort of fight, other than, of course, the initial fight between Smokeball and Susie, which was very, very one-sided. Now, Take Risk are the ones who may have to head for the hills as they're losing a few tires in the process of trying to get out. Savage taking a bunch of pot shots at this car. Take Risk just running for the hills, just trying to get as far away as possible, not choosing to engage with that any further because they got caught on the wrong foot. And now the question is, will the remaining players who are still a bit closer, for instance Hamdar, be able to find a way to get back out? Because at the moment, Hamdar's kind of stuck here.
Man left behind. Never leave a man behind. Hamdar has been left firmly behind. As the team said, nah, mate, you're not worth a pickup. They were sent back down. Now, it could be actually really well for them, because he might be able to pick apart Savage, who are still looking pretty much towards the south. Worst case scenario for him, maybe he gets away alive, but he's got a long old run because all the cars have been picked. So Savage reposition here and take risk. Well, there was a risk, and as a result, he's a solo ranger.
All right. And with that, still have some teams that are out there just trying to find themselves some loot. For instance, iBanana still all the way south, not looking to go for anything. And oh no, once again, it's Susie. It's Susie getting knocked first. That's very unfortunate for them. Take Risk, still involved in these early fights. They weren't able to find anyone. Had to rotate out when they were trying to fight with Savage, but now they get a different opportunity to pounce on a different player, able to take down Susie once again. So opening casualty from the same team. This Miramar is not their map today.
Nope. Miramar is not the map for them at the moment. And Billionaire, well, don't miss with those headshots. This player is insane as well. Got the chance to watch him on a couple of events as well. Really cracked. Again, a name to watch, a name to keep an eye on. Take Risk really good on the old rondos as well. So they're quite comfortable. And rondo, I think, is worth a topic of conversation while we're in the early game, because people still don't know how to play it. There are teams that have obviously played in the LANs, they've come back, and there are teams that have been practicing while other teams were in the LAN. But I'd argue to say it's still unsettled for a lot of teams. It's a bit of Miramar, it's a bit of Tego, it's a bit of Erangel. The train's not quite finished out. Flores decides to end his own life and have no more. I quite like Rondo, but I think I'm a little bit biased in the sense that I like watching it because I like watching teams trying to figure it out.
I mean, that's the main thing that I liked about Vikendi. A lot of people didn't like Vikendi. As a player, I can't tell you because I have absolutely no idea. But as somebody watching, I enjoyed Vikendi because there was a lot of teams who were doing unconventional things and were just experimenting because, not everybody knows the map. People didn't have set rotations like they do on an established map such as Erangel, which has been played year in, year out. And I do like them figuring stuff out. I do like them trying to find a meta for these maps in the first place. So Rondo coming in, it's another breath of fresh air. It means that the games won't get stale. People won't be able to figure everything out. And there's some curveballs thrown their way, which can leave some more adaptive teams to find some more points that they usually wouldn't.
But they're adapting to take a kill, get an early point, can make up for game one. Savage though down for a 2. Hamda is still not involved. He still hasn't got a car, so he's running. Billionaire is here to provide the support. Looks like the res looking to come through. Nate goes through the window, not too far away. Great shots though onto Billionaire as the util dump will continue to happen. He's down for a 1. The flash has happened. Good push go coming from Zen. Gets to the back and picks up Millionaire. Here we have to shoot his way through. There's 1, there's 2. Needs to get that finish shot before Bullet Rain get the steal. It's been ensured destruction for these in Bullet Rain. Well, they can just sit on the top there and try and farm early points. Savage down to a 2, and Hamda, well, he's just arrived.
Hamda late to the fight. Once again, just being left out by Take Risk, and this is how it comes back to haunt you. If you're going to leave the man behind, he's going to be late to this follow-up fight, and Savage, so far, looking pretty good. In the shape of this match, at the very least. But Bullet Rain still have this Overwatch. It's going to be difficult for Savage to try and move out. Hamdar just holding position at the moment, looking for an opportunity to maybe catch Savage eggs filling. Now here comes the opportunity for him to try and take some shots. Won't be able to quite get it, but that leaves Bullet Rain open to try and take some shots at Savage instead. There's a knock coming through. And Spell will have to try and go for this pickup. That allows Hamdar to try and push up. Elsewhere, Hamdar also involved in a fight, but at the moment, Hamdar just taking shots from multiple different sides as Bullet Rain also getting in on the fun for Hamdar now. He's exposed himself.
I think if he didn't think about that push, if he stayed this side, he would have denied the shots coming from the hill. He went inside. That opened up the opportunity, though, for Bullet Rain. Now he makes the push, gets the med on now. Got to try and get one. Oh, peeks round, doesn't think the player's going to be too far away. Go shotgun, baby. He's going to take the time to get med. Is this a bit of a rush? I don't think he knows what he's doing. He runs round, doesn't even get the shot off as Savage will lay him down. Take Risk 16th place, 13 to fall. It was a bit scrappy at the end, but I think you've got a question. They left the man behind, and Hamdar had so far to run to get back to the fight and unable to finish it up.
All right. Very good fight from Savage, able to keep themselves in this Bullet Rain from the side, just there to harass. As I see another Flashbang player going down. I think Bumble squad at the moment just able to put on pressure. Flashbang down to the last player already. As it's only the player with the M249 still left standing, potentially for an opportunity to find some pickups. Bumble on 3 kills. They have lost 2 players of their own as well. Matsy down, Bumble deep down as well. So Bumble Squad might have a good opportunity here. They have the high ground at the moment, but finding this last Flashbang player going to be difficult for them at the moment. Just hiding out, sitting over in that church. I'm waiting for this next zone shift. It shifts north. All right. Interesting shift. Bumble's still in this. There's a few teams from the south that are now getting a move on immediately. iBanana and Para already trying to find new positions inside of this new circle. And we also have EG still out there, and they will need to find their spot in this new zone as well. As I think a lot of teams still over toward this southeast side. Not many people taking up the north at the moment because realistically, not really a great spot to be playing from. Don't want to over rotate into this next circle.
No, I suppose logic is a lot more times the zone will play down south. We had El Cabrera yesterday, and that was a bit dicey for the teams that are in there. Oh, Flash though holding out. Going to need a flashbang himself. Bumble down to the final play. Comes the smoke. He's got the M249. He's not got the reload. He's going to have to continue to provide some pressure as the smoke does go. I think he'll just pre-launch a few shots in just to remind him that he's got it. Here's the footsteps go across now, so he knows he's crossed. Now the ball's in his court. Flashbang needs to make a move, but he opts to back away and take the opportunity to disengage. As Bumble Squad, well, they are going to get that res back on.
I'm not against that. He uses the knock onto the Bumble player, and instead of greeting and trying to commit to find this one flush for one potential point, he uses the opportunity of the heal and the pickup coming through to just get himself out. This is his opportunity to head for the hills and to keep himself alive further, to maybe play for positioning and for other opportunities later on. That is a bit of a gamble, because you might just get caught up by somebody else and die out here in the open now. But if you can keep yourself alive, maybe 2 placement points are better than 1 kill.
Yep, it's about getting a placement point. Flashbang a little bit low down on the table. If you want to have a look at the table, guys and girls, you can do !teams is the best one. I'll take you to challenger mode. Challenger mode will keep you up the brackets. The only thing I will say with challenger mode, it doesn't quite get the point decider correct. So if you see teams in the same point, just take it with a pinch of salt and we'll confirm it up for you. That zone shift back to that north. No one's going to be rotating around to the top side here. Don't get time to talk about that because Secure Sensing, well, they're taking on our leaders at the moment. And Terra Esports, the compound holders, do get safe food down. Got to continue to make the push. Him and a little bit further up. He's got eye line of sight through the little windows. Too far away, and Peril will swing their shots out. They do pick him up. Good couple of shots back, but nothing connecting as Himam's going to just try and dive back.
All right, Para just waiting for an opportunity to present itself. At the moment, bit of a compound fight going on. The problem is, I think, neither of these teams can really find an advantageous position right now to take each other out unless somebody overexposes themselves. And so for now, Para at the moment pushing forward, trying to look for a better position, trying to see if they can take more space inside of this compound, take it away from these Sakura players. There's an aggressive play coming through here. There's some overwatch from Sakura, but
good.
You got to keep in mind those players are really far away. Good nade being lobbed on over and might do some damage onto the Sakura players. There's a fallback coming through. All right, so Para is pushing, Sakura is falling back. So more compound space is being taken by Para, but also at the same time Sakura are getting themselves closer together, closer back to their teammates who still have this hillside, and so this may still be an advantage to come into play for this fight later on. So at the moment, smart passive moves.
Hera crashed the compound in the corner because they're expecting the zone to end his, bounces back up to north, so they do lose the zone. So it's north-north shift we're getting. Him and I think it's going to be quite key. Can they get the momentum in the cars to move up? That'd be the question. That car looks like it's missing tyres, and that one is in rags, so that's not going to help them move up. Safely moves to a new position. Him receives the pressure. Hera need to get rid of him at the moment. Once they get rid of him, they can continue to push down to secure a sentence. They're kind of controlled into the corner. And they are on a 2-1 split. So they need to be cautious. Tekker's, on the other hand, though, for secure sensing, he's been identified. They know where he is. But he could make a game-changing move as Pera tried to cross the road.
All right, and so this has become a low-priority compound. Shifting outside of the zone, these two teams are the moment just fighting to either get an opportunity to rotate out or to maybe kill the opposing squad, and the problem is that may come at some casualties. So at the moment this is a fight that's just going to cost both these teams time, which they need to try and position themselves for these upcoming circles. This is just going to be to the detriment of both of them as the fight just gets dragged into longer and longer depths. They have to try and find an end to this fight quick one way or another. And Sakura is looking to do just that by, at at the moment heading for the hills. But the problem is just they don't have those cars. Those cars did lose some tires, so we'll have to just do it on foot.
They have to work their way into foot. And Perrin moved their way in. Him and Hazay taking their tire as well. They came from Power Grid, by the way, guys. If you're obviously trying to keep up with the rotations of these teams. Secure Sensen here first, move out. They're looking to move their way in towards zone. I do worry a little bit north of this location. We've got the high ground and other teams will already be taking this. Perrin do have one vehicle as they are trying to go out and up the other way. Save through a couple of shots. The Hazard gets down to ones, but not enough. But they won't know exactly how many in there. The other cars go. It's a flag. It's a retreat. Both teams will give up these positions and then move now in towards late zone.
All right, and with that, Sakura now finally being left alone gives them an opportunity to finally get a move on. Easy peasies around this, and they're getting shot at from bullet rain, and Sakura are actually the ones to finish off this fight. So easy peasy just getting caught out as well, and getting taken down. Between two, bullet rain now an opportunity to try and push into this. They have an opportunity to fight Para, but Para is able to find the opening fight. Corpse Pack goes down. This is an important pickup for Para. They might be able to open up this engagement onto those bullet rain players who now will have to try and shift away. They were trying to edge guard Para, and at the moment Para getting away with this pretty well. Problem is, do they know about Elsan driving past him? There's some shots coming out. Is he able to connect onto this? Yes, he's able to fight one pickup. He tries to move through the car, does finally get docked, and now the fight ensues.
Oh wow!
The remaining players here. There's some nade dubs coming through. Grown, getting those in. And this is scrappy between these two. There may be multiple players lost in this engagement. And Olsen goes down. The last remaining player alongside him. That's Global Army down as well. From Sakura from the side. Once again, this fight from Para and Sakura has been put on hold momentarily, but it's back out. As Sakura spotted the opportunity between these two teams fighting, try and get themselves closer to this, try and pick up some more kills.
But that's pure kill feed read. Pero opt to go around Secure Sensen. They actually run straight into Bullet Rain. That's a dangerous team to run into anyway. Bit of exchange backs and forwards. And then it was instant reaction to the kill feed. Now, I know the kill feed for us is different. It's a bit scuffed. Can only apologise. Nothing we can do about that. There's nothing to do, obviously, with Bing Esports. And the observing it has been outstanding so far, guys. So all the 3 rounds, I cannot moan. It's now about trying to ensure that actually Secure Sensen may want to get ahead of Para Esports now, and that's why they're repositioning. They're not in zone. It's phase 4. The zone's already coming in, but Seifu's an aggressive player. Now, he naturally plays for an organization called Mercy Gaming, super cracked NA team. Obviously, he's from Lebanon. He's playing with this region. He's allowed to, and I like the stance. It's push forward and try and deal with the top of the lobby. Get the kills, get him out, and that might punish him for looking for that top 6 later on.
Right, in the meantime, Smokewall have a compound fairly central, and I'm seeing something interesting. It's iBanana fighting another team inside of the same area, still about around Cabrera, and they have an opportunity here to try and take some good late round positioning, but this fight is coming through. And at the moment, I mean, iBanana just looking for an opportunity, but they are getting naded as well. Remind me who that other team is, Mark.
Farmers. 4 Farmers. Or 4 Farmers is their name. So this is difficult though for all teams here. Here they come. 4 Farmers moving in. Good team, good players. Demon, I've seen a few times. Hot and spicy crap player as well. Really, really good. I haven't actually seen them during the qualifications. They've obviously qualified every single time, so they started on the 64s, 32s, now they're in the 16. But so they deserve their spot. But they are split here. They're on a 2-2. They might need to write off because these are 2 real different locations that the Farmers are fighting at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of action around that. I did see a Susie player still lingering around that area as well. So potentially a lot of things happening over there on that north end of the circle as phase 4 is about to conclude, and we will have another zone shift coming in. This is going to be big because Sakura still have everyone alive. They have some space inside of the circle. The next shift comes through. There it is. They're not in this next one, but they will have an opportunity to try and take this hillside. They have to go for a bit of a rotation, and that is going to leave the south side of this map out of it. And that is going to force quite a few teams who are around those silos to try and go for a bit of a rotation. It's a lot of empty space in this new circle.
Yeah. But it's a big hill. So see where Secure Sentinel are. They've got like this ridge line that goes all the way around. They're going to try and fight down towards the south. I like their positioning. I kind of like Bad Boys' positioning as well. I think both those teams are in the stronger section here. I'd actually argue maybe Secure Sentinel, looking at the map now, they're kind of left alone in this southeast corner. They've got a ridge they can play. They can look down to the south. They can pop shots on towards the north. And there isn't that much in the middle. It is high terrain. It does dip into the middle. So as you come up the town, you're going to find yourself in a dip. So there are places that you can hide from these teams that will be on the ridge line. But you kind of always got to lay back towards high ground wins most of it. Farmers, they're going to try and farm their way back to holding as a 4. But for now, Gav is going to try and take on them. It's hot and spicy while he looks over the top, and he's unable to get the initial connection. Unable to get the initial look in just at the moment.
This split from 4 farmers is really, really large. You're trying to fight Kaif with 2 players at the moment. There's no real backup coming through from the other 2, as those 2 are still pinned down over on that north side of the circle, and I don't know how the split is going to work out. If they start getting pressured from a different angle, it's over for them. But for now, I think they're the ones that have the pressure onto Kaif, but now that might swing the other way. And as I said, Abdul goes down. That's going to leave only 1 player. It's hot and spicy left, all on his lonesome. He's able to find 1 pickup, but his teammate is down, and he has no support from the other 2 as they're far away in this other split. And so now Kaif can suddenly start pushing this as they have an idea that it may only be 1 more player, and there we go, they get that second knock. And that is that big split delivered, and that's exactly the risk that I wanted to point out, and 4 farmers fall victim to it.
And that was my phone vibrating, yes, which is now off the desk. That's the danger. 2-2 split. Very, very hard. Great shots. Nordskift. Oh! He's been taken down by his own team. Scream says there's no chance to let Stardust in this time. We know they can get a top 3, so I'm going to take you out, and I'm not taking you with me. And they're going to make the play. EG going to now try and come off the back of it. This is going to be all Secure Sense. And back to that 2-2 split. Yeah, the guys from the farmers didn't collapse it quick enough. As a result, that's what happens. Unfortunately, they're down numbers now. Secure Sense just got line of sight. Yes, I think the fight between Bad Boys and EG is going to erupt. And Secure Sense is going to just play peekaboo. And there's that sort of bowl I was talking about before. You can hide from the high ground, but you can only hide for so long, right?
Yep. That much is for sure, especially with Sakura having all of this overwatch from up top. They're able to clean up EG. They're now looking for that last remaining player, and they're looking for Bad Boys as well. They have so much control here. They can just watch everything unfold in front of them.
And they've now got the next zone as well. So they will just solely focus. Let's be honest, no one from the northeast is going to play towards them. Savage could have, but they didn't. They didn't play early enough, so they played into the middle. The Secure Sense now are just being left to their own devices. I kind of got to put them in the driving seat now for game number 2. They just got to try and get these kills. The pressure from the teams in here would be slightly different if they were alone. But the fact we've got Bad Boys and we've got EG, they can't just leave. They've got to deal with Cave, they've got to deal with Secure Sensen, and they've got to try and find a way into this late game. It's phase 6, it's going to be painful. Cave opt to go, and we just lost one to Nordskift. Let's get running. But Secure Sensen, look at that. They've already started closing the gate on this team as they move around. Himman gets one, Cool starts down to that final player. He dances behind the palm tree, but it's tiny. It's not going to be much longer. There we go. Cave goes down, 7th place for them, placement points, and Secure Sensen says no to anyone coming in off the south.
And this team, once again, it's looking like a high kill game. Of course, they are in a really good position inside of the circle at the moment, and it has shifted toward them again. They will have to try and deal with Savage, but Savage is really, really low on that hillside. They want to be dangerous for the side of Sakura. They will have to make a big push up that hill first. And they still have somebody at their backs to try and worry about. So they don't really have that space to push up, and that just leaves free reign to Sakura to just take this peak of the hill and to just be shooting at both sides. And there's plenty of targets to find, plenty of practice for your aim to go through. And Sakura, known for being a high kill team at the moment, I feel like on Miramar here, they might, you know, in these 2 matches today, run away with almost 30 kills combined.
Get in the poll, guys and girls. Love it. There you go. And that new one, smiley face. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. What's the best comp? Get voting. Gotta love Czech and his polls. Anyway, secure sensing. They're down 2. Bad boys trying to hold up. Here comes him, and he comes over the top. Does get 1. Looking for the confirm. Now sees Nord, who's laying down. Belly down first, but he goes down. Tech has been rezzed. Raspberry got to get involved. He's got to stop the push up. EG and Bad Boys going to be looking to climb this hillside while they can. The numbers are down. The numbers are raining. Whoa! The farmers are taking shots up. Nearly down to a 1. It's going to be on to Techers now. He's going to try and hold up Bad Boys and EG.
Right, Bad Boys under a lot of pressure as well. They're going to try and go for their own pickup inside of the smoke. But no, the nade
Great
comes
nade.
through, able to confirm 1. That's beautiful. Techers, another nade coming through as well to try and confirm. This other player is able to find Screams as well, take him out. It's only down to Hewen, and at the moment, the utility game so good from Techers. We'll be able to go for this pickup as well. And so Sakura, briefly, almost down to 1 player, able to recover basically everyone as long as this pickup goes through. And just annihilation. EG gets taken out as well. We're into the top 4, and Sakura up to 9 kills.
9 kills, they have the height advantage. Now they can work their way down. Banana can try and work out. Now, the downside for Secure Sense, everyone will be focusing on them. Savage will be unspotted, but actually Banana already making the push round. There's 1. Savage down to 1. We're in the top 4. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 2. But there are 3 players that are DBNO. Secure Sense have got to put the brakes on. They will need to get back to 4. Also, the opportunity for Savage to try and get that res, I very much doubt it with the positioning with Banana, though, trying to hold out to maybe there's that confirmed done and dusted. So now it's a 4-3-2-1 as it's game number 2.
Right, and that is going to have a countdown for the match started properly. As we've got another knock coming through, and that's 1 team taken out. The farmers go down to iBanana. Very good pickup, able to get those. It's still a solo from Savage. He's lost his teammate. It's only down to him now, and he's going to get pinched between iBanana, who are going to try and take this fight over to Sakura, and Sakura is still with this advantageous position up on that hillside. At the moment, the solo can just keep himself alive for as long as possible, but the push from iBanana is going to come through because they need to use this opportunity to try and take some space. They need to find some of the space in the circle, otherwise they will get locked out by Sakura because they have a man advantage. And here comes a pickup from Savage. No, that's 1 shot coming through. 1 iBanana player getting knocked and actually flushed by Sakura. Able to find that. It's only down to 2 banana players, and this solo might just be carrying the game for Sakura to get them to their first chicken dinner of today.
100% carry them. They can't peek without getting them punished, but they now see him. This nade from Techers, we've already seen it. It's been accurate. Kobe's sees 1, nade goes out. Seifu will end bananas, though, as actually, do you know what? I can't even see from the kill feed who actually got Savage, so I have no idea. Let's just say that Kobe nade destroyed it. But it's down to the final player now. iBananas, 1 man, 1 dream, 1 hope. Outside edge, it is round of 16. I wouldn't be surprised from Denial because Secure Ascension is one of these strong teams that might work up. No, he makes the play for it. It's been completely exposed as it is a winner chicken dinner. Secure Ascension bagging a whopping 24 points. Say foo. Love it in chat. Best combat is for talent. Playing? Big question. None. I like Rondo. I like the other map at the moment. I do like Rondo. I think it's going to be cheeky. And I think Rondo because of that new intro. That was a good game. Let's debrief on Miramar. So, zone shift north and north. I think that caused quite a few issues. These teams had to retract each time. I don't think anyone really expected to go as high as it did. We saw kind of like Crater Fields, maybe El Pozo, and across that sort of band. So that caused some issues. I really loved that fight. Obviously from Pera crashing into Secure Ascension's compound. Then Pera disengaging. But Secure Ascension... Reaper, they were like, we want kills, and they even chased that bullet rain Hera fight as they refused to let anything go. And actually, arguably, once they cleared that southeast corner, that might have been the driving position to take the win because they had no one else challenging them.
Yeah, and I think the circle there is a big factor to keep in mind because I almost forgot about that because there was so much happening in the late round. Yeah, Sakura got crashed fairly early on by Pera, who were trying to just take a strong compound, and the problem is that compound ended up shifting outside of the zone, so Pera backed off, tried to take a different fight, and that allowed Sakura the space to recollect themselves and then immediately pounce on a new fight. And the fact that they're able to get this rotation through so quickly is what allows them to get some of these pickups. And going into that, they suddenly had a very strong position because the remaining, teams on that edge on the south side were taking out each other. Sakura able to pounce on that. They get a lot of space for themselves, and they use that space very wisely to get themselves a very strong late round position to just start farming kills. And so, once again, very high kill game for them. This time, also the chicken dinner. Those 10 placement points, definitely not to be underestimated. And they're definitely leading the charge now going into Tego.
Yeah, and well, even mentally push forward. That's the end of Miramar. We are, remember, looking, it's round of 16. We are looking only for a top 6 today to get through for those group stages where we see the invited teams. We're going to see the qualifications for EU. But for now, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, though, it is Tego time, or Tiago time, according to our poll. But we'll see you guys in a few.
It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the
Here we go. It's map number 3. South or southeast up towards the north central. Pretty much through the heart and soul of our time to Tago. Answer some questions in chat. Yeah, it's one player's location. I think they're a proper call about it. They just didn't know until they stepped out. That's why you see easy peasy in. But let's talk leaderboard while we've got a bit of time, because this might be a hot drop. Security Sensor really coming out of a punch though for day number 3 here, but it's a big difference to, I suppose, their story getting to this point.
Yeah, we talked about it in the break very briefly. It was in phase 1, it was in the round of 64 where Sakura struggled. Sakura Sensen almost didn't make it into the round of 32. It was the last game that propelled them toward the top, and they were able to keep themselves in just about. In round of 32, much more confident. I think a fairly consistent game. Just very good point average, able to find points here or there, nothing too fancy. And now in this one, they've really warmed up. They've really heated up. On Miramar, they've been able to find themselves 33 points, and they're currently at the top of the leaderboard. And they're hoping to continue that, that little spout of dominance, because at the moment, going well for them.
Well, Zone's not going for well for him, but they're going for a hot drop. It looks like they're going for Palace. Security Sensen versus Stardust, you can see in your map. The Zone goes back early, and then we don't get to talk too much about the river, but we'll come back to it in a moment. Security Sensen down, Stardust down first. Seifu might be isolated here. Stardust made a push and does take him down. So Seifu first player down and out. We big him up, we big him out. And Security Sensen late to the ground. They're scrabbling to get some loot as quick as they can.
I'm sorry for caster cursing, Sakura. I'm very, very sorry. But opening fight coming out, Stardust able to get the very first pickup. This is huge. So with this hot drop, Palace a very...
the first team out though. Cave
a very
fell.
lovely spot.
EG.
Right, EG completely annihilating Kaif, taking them out of the lobby very early on. Sakura has lost a player early. Other than that, not much has happened between Stardust and Sakura. I think the action has unfolded a lot more elsewhere. Palace, very common spot to try and go for some hot drops, but at the moment, Sakura just going for some rotations out, trying to stick together, trying to find enough loot to at least survive this. Ooh, Stardust almost having the drop onto another player. Nail almost getting that pickup, but won't be much else to come of it. Still trying to lurk around one another is this fight. And this is still pretty far outside of phase 1, so both these teams fighting early here, once again, may be detrimental for them being able to loot up and find the time to get themselves a good spot in the mid to late round. So there's a lot of committal to try and take a fight early on here just for a few points, for a few kill points, that is. Don't really
to
know.
go out, the rest of the lobby will be happy. We were talking obviously to break
Absolutely.
about point sponging. We were talking about potential cutoffs. I think that mid 30s, it might be high 30s, depending if a team is a sponging. Well, Secure Ascension could be that team. Stardust, well, they brought the stars to the rise of Seifu, but they were unable to keep that momentum on and the pressure on Secure Ascension as they loot and run. They back away now, so maybe both these teams will disengage. Back towards that zone. It does go early. Studio is free. Now, for those that have jumped in before, we know Tego and the river, it likes to pull the zone back that way. But don't forget about that river on the east. It does run dry, but it does pull the zone. So I wouldn't be surprised for more teams maybe to push that way. But back to the action, Bullet Rain making a push towards Bumble Squad. And this is now coming up to the halfway point where teams that might be a little bit lower down are making desperate attempts because it is only a top 6. You can't leave it to the last couple of games here. It's a top 6 only.
Yeah, we're out of the qualification phase. This is no longer about top 8. You don't need to be in the top half. You need to be in top 6. So it's a little more harsh than the previous qualification rounds in the round of 64 and 32. And keep in mind, this is the best of the best. This is all the teams that survived up until this point. And so the level of competition is going to be higher here by necessity, as Bullet Rain able to find one pickup onto a player of Bumble Squad, overextending a bit. That's one pickup, and Bumble Squad trying to get out of this situation, as Bullet Rain is hounding them out of this position, and they will have to back off entirely. Hopefully, Ostro not getting caught out, at least for now, as Corpse Bag is still trying to take some shots at him. But ultimately, I think he's going to be able to get away with his life.
He is. Bullet Rain going to take the compound. Bumble Squad, they're going to bumble their way out. Aussie and Parrot Esports, they like to be top of the lobby, so I won't be too surprised if Global Army has a little sneaky peek, has a look over. I will say the trees, you feel safe with these trees and you can get a lot closer to teams, but one step in the wrong direction means you're fully exposed. So I think Global Army is going to try and use the cover where he can. The gunfire has stopped, so there would always be something in the back of his mind saying, I don't quite know where you are. There's no more sound cues really happening while Bullet Rain have pushed Bumble Squad. So looks like the Hazards turn around and the call is for Global Army that they're not fighting anymore, mate. Time to move back to our compounds, and they are falling back north.
All right, so Para looking for an opportunity to try and third party, but of course, you know, Bullet Rain tried to pick a fight. That fight was not committed to, and instead the opposing team running away. So this doesn't give an opportunity over for Para, and maybe that's for the better for Bullet Rain. They wanted to pick a fight, but that could have ended badly for them as they were about to get backfilled. And now they, of course, have the opportunity to turn around to look this way. Para have already backed off, and so this fight won't ensue until later on. And so this is just now another chance to try and cool things off. We are still in phase 1. Maybe don't have to take every single fight. I know it's Tego, and people love to take fights here, but, you know, maybe hold off for a bit.
It's been called Tego time for a reason, mate. Tego time. So, big split. Para, I think this team's been holding these 2-2s really well. I think it's about the collapse. We saw collapses working well. Also seen collapses not working so well, unfortunately, for the Farmers last time. So, no, as we have a good look at it, there's a little bit of unplayable down the south side. Surprising no one's really gone down to Studio. There's a large number of drops going down there as well. Maybe we'll see Secure Sentence. They have backed away from Palace. They've gone one way and Stardust go the other. They do have that road on that west. They can maybe come around that sort of southwest round by Songam. That plays them into Studio. We've seen zones go that way as well. So I'm still saying that river in that sort of top like left, top right, sorry, in that northeast, but it still has a big temptation. It might play down to the south.
All right, and with that, of course, going to be difficult to try and find long rotations into this, as there's quite a few cutoffs. It's going to be difficult to try and find your way to wrap around inside
Oh,
of
this
this
is
phase.
big.
So this is
That's
just-
big. That's big because he stopped to loot. The boys are in front of him. If you remember looking at the map, so he's just made a
Yeah.
call that a car's gone by, mate. Now he's going to sit tight and pray there's more cars coming that way, which potentially can be the case. But that being said, the information gathered that our car's rotated, I wouldn't be surprised a team as aggressive as Secure Center might just try and set up. Oh, he's going to be so disappointed he missed that car. Here comes the next one, though. He's going to spot this one. Watch this. This is dangerous.
He's got an opportunity to try and find some shots into this third player crossing. He's gonna take those shots. Does connect a few. Not quite able to find that player on EG. There's a rotate coming on through. He's trying to dodge these shots.
Here we
Ooh,
go.
high sense of joy. No, he will get taken down. Sakura's once again able to find a pickup for themselves. They lost a player early trying to hot drop Palace. Didn't end up giving them too much of a fight, as they just decided to back off. It wasn't really worth it. And now with those cars passing, you pointed it out beautifully, Mark. You see one car pass, you're going to expect a few more to come by in the next 10, 20 seconds, waiting and pouncing on that opportunity. And so far, we have yet to see the remaining Sakura players pounce on the other members of EG, though, as I think the rotation might come out a little further away from
They
Sakura.
stopped, but look, they picked the wrong road. They went Hosam Prison. They thought they might cross over, but they've gone the other side. They went north side of Swamp, which actually is a dangerous side. Down by Recliner, down towards that fishing camp area. You'd expect teams to be there, but they went for it. Now they're in front of them. Wonder if they maybe pitch up on the outside and cause some damage. Bullet Rain and Para, well, it didn't take long for them to take a few pop shots backwards and forwards. It is compound to compound fighting, really, so can't see too much happening. But this is this Song Hangam area. This is where we see a real highway where teams get forced to take only one route through. As a result, looks like the farmers have got a knock. There comes our Banana, does get the res on, so it is two, but the farmers, look at them, they are farming the field, and Bananas are coming in very, very quick from behind.
Harvesting the banana trees, does hopefully the four farmers, as they push themselves in, able to find a knock. There's a nade coming on through, able to dodge that. Oh, there's another nade. Does a lot of damage to Abdu. Almost goes down to that instead. But at the very least, there's one knock coming through. One of the four farmers players does get flushed out, but this is a good opportunity for Abdu to try and connect. But no, he's taking shots back, actually. He's the banana player who's able to keep himself alive. Another knock comes through onto Abdu now, finally. Hot and Spicy trying to go for this fight. Or trying to escape, gets cut down as well. Hot and Spicy able to go for this reload, able to try and keep his team in it. This is a scrappy fight, and at the moment, it's looking like the banana players are finding some ground. We're now in a 2v2. Medkit has to come out from Hot and Spicy, and Furlet still has some utility left. He has two nades in pocket. If he knows where this player is, he might be able to go for that nade, but at the moment, just keeping himself alive around that car, using that tiny little bit of cover that he has access to.
Here comes EG.
Oh, EG trying to crash into this. There's going to be a third-party opportunity. They're going to try and
Let
find
him
these
go
players.
by.
The question is,
Let him go
are they...
by. Let him go by. Just go on by. If you're Hot and Spicy, stay alive. Hot and Spicy has to take some shots. EG going to hear it. Hot and Spicy go down. It's a 2v1. There's the rest of the farmers. Well, someone was called to the farmers market and nowhere to be seen. But EG pulled up here. They might want to get involved. This is the highway I talk about. It's only a certain way. Bullet Rain, they want to get involved as they need some kills themselves as they are taking a long third-party action.
Is that a Sakura player? There's a solo Sakura player on this fight.
Yeah, there is. Tekis has pulled up as well. The problem is this is the highway. Oh my god! He turns and gets Tekis down. It gets to confirm nearly down to him. EG down to one shots as well. He's got to try and make the push here. EG need to try and provide some cover. His other boys further north here, overwatching. Same as kind of that Bullet Rain player, and it won't be long before we see more Secure Sensing. Backups are now coming. Tekis will be confirmed out, and EG will try and hold, but back to the car. EG might want to just disengage and get back as a duo.
Right, with that, Kaboom's able to pick up 4 kills in this matchup so far. Able to keep himself alive, and that last remaining banana player is also able to stay alive. And we'll just hide out, hope that he gets lost in the chaos, and in fact he will. As everybody's disengaged from this position, he's the last remaining player over on that set of rocks. He will just be able to sit this one out.
Sit this one out, definitely. Hera still here. Obviously, Yeah, Bullet Rain guys are taking a bit of fun as well. This is map number 3. It's best of 6 day today, guys. And it does play down towards that south. Does play down towards that studio. We do give up that water. The drops inside. Bad Boys sit in a good position anyways. They'll be able to farm quite a bit from there. And no one's really pushed in the southeast corner. So are we going to see again, like we saw from Secure Ascension, the southeast corner sweep in and get the victory? Well, back to Banana. He's back on the highway. And unfortunately, back on the highway means the danger zone. And Savage, it's their time to roll on through. No, freebie. Back your little tippy toes in, mate. Oh, headshot. No way. No way. How unfortunate was that, mate? He just spotted the trousers. Sometimes it's the camouflage that you wear determines whether you win or die.
Yep, and in this case, it doesn't really go well. It wasn't bright yellow just like their banana icon, but it was still certainly obvious enough to get spotted out by that Savage player, able to find that pickup. Last remaining player from iBanana does get taken down as well in the process of that fight. So everybody part of this engagement now either dead or rotated far, far away as Savage just rolling over a bit of a graveyard, just going past that in their big rotation to try and make it over onto phase 3, which should pop any moment, and they will get an opportunity to try and reposition. They're very mobile. They've got that cause out. They've got an opportunity to try and preempt this next location. It will shift away from them again, so they will have to continue moving. And this is going to be quite the ways out as it shifts more toward the west. Still fairly centered up.
Yeah.
And so once again, just there's still a lot of road in this. And the studio now being out, of course, also means that there's less of the just entrenched compounds still available for play. Boksansa also out now, so this is going to force Flashbang to try and move in the coming circle as well. And I believe this is one of the risk-taking players at the moment, just moving out with an emergency pickup.
Yeah, he's scouting his way forward, so he's using the E pickup. Just the rest of them have got cars. You're going to need cars in this late game. There's a bit of there's high ground either side of this, north and south. But yeah, massive play. Take risk, taking a risk. They've gone to the E pickup. We see it quite a lot. Solo, it's a bit of a throwaway, but if it works, they gain intel. They actually will give an opportunity. Then it's down to the other players to find and punch a hole through with the cars to get close. You can see them in the distance now. They go around easy peasy. Smoke will now find themselves on the outside. Easy peasy in a good spot. Bad Boys in a good spot as well. They're not taking anything away from Bumble Squad, who are sitting in the middle of the zone. They're going to be hunkering it down. 14 teams, 47 players left alive. And it is a Tago time as Bad Boys also try and lurk their way. And Bad Boys versus Savage potentially about to pop as they will need to fight for that southeast corner. But for now, Pera eventually going on the defenses. They are getting challenged. It's Stardust. They're going to lose another player.
Right, that's another pickup for Pera. Also, another team was able to find the first chicken dinner of the evening. And on top of that, also able to get some good pickups, some good points here. They're right behind Sakura in second place. They were on 22 going into this game. They've got themselves a kill here on Stardust as well. So they're just looking to find just a few decent games. Pera at this point don't really need anything flashy to try and make the top 6. If they can just find some consistent performance, which at the moment they seem to be putting up with these very, very strong splits that they like playing, they have a very good opportunity of making it into the later stages of this event and to make it through this qualifier.
And they do. Stardust. This is where it becomes everyone holds the outside edge. This becomes the edge play style, apart from the teams like Bumble Squad who are already in there as well. And this is where the fights are happening. Bad Boys make the push forward towards Savage. They crash the compound. They go to blue zone. Nade Smoke will go out. It's going to try and deny any information. I think it's going to be there. 1-4 Beast. Well, longer distance. Bad Boy out on the outside edge. Everyone's going to be trying to push forward, trying to ridge, but on that ridge is going to be Savage. They have somewhere they can hide. They have someone they can play. The downside to Savage is going to be the third party action. If someone gets involved and looks back their way as they leave this area, they are going to be fully exposed.
So very stuck at the moment, and Bad Boys putting on the pressure. Scream's able to find a pickup, able to flush that one out as well. Well, that's one more kill in favor of Bad Boys, but they're also taking some fire from the players of Suzy, so they will have to worry about that. There's a bit of a backfill coming in, and immediately you can see the Bad Boys players scrambling, trying to move away from this. They don't want to take this fight with those Suzy players. They have the opportunity to get themselves out. They're not being shot at yet, and they can just rotate around them and make that run for the next zone. Problem is, last time I've seen them do a rotation like this into the center of the next circle, they were getting cut down. At the moment, they're rotating right past Bumble Squad, but I think they might have just enough space find themselves a spot elsewhere. As Take Risk at the moment, panning over to this one, involved in a bit of a fight against another opponent. They've got Flashbang to worry about.
You're right. Comes lurking. This Tago is becoming the point that everyone knows the dips. Everyone's done their research now, so great position here for Take Risk, but Flashbang will know exactly where they are. No Flashbangs going this time. It's going to be the heavy util. Third party is going to be coming in from smoke balls. The farmers will get confirmed on Zuzi, who are chasing the kills and bad boys. Great move from them. The zone shift towards the northeast, and Flashbang, well, they take a third party action themselves. One's DBNO. Take Risk will be unable to get that res, and the full sends coming in. Billionaires down. Hamdar, he's the final player for them. He's between a shield and a vehicle as the Stardust players roll on by. They take a kill and they keep on moving.
Right, Smokewall now involved in this fight as well. And true to their name, just a few smokes coming out to try and give themselves some cover against this fight from Stardust. As elsewhere, Bad Boys still involved in a fight as well. Stardust have lost a player. They need to try and go for this pickup if they can. There's a blue zone right next to them. There's some shots coming out from across the map, and they will have to try and keep that alive. There's a lot going on at the moment. There's multiple fights occurring for this next zone, as at the moment Bad Boys is edge guarding Para.
They punched a hole through the middle. Bang! Nordskiff, Hazard down. They are down 2 DB now. They're going to try and get the reses off, but they are in the shack. Nordskiff, he's the one now trying to make the hole. He's got to get some smoke down to that southwest corner. But the mortar fire's coming in. It's coming in quick and fast. Nordskiff is going to be able to watch it, but he's going to have to try and back away as the targets are the smokes. Nordskiff's under fire, taking Pera down to one shots himself, but he's got to keep his head as the boys are going to have to get the reses in, and Screams, well, he's making a run now to pick his boys up.
Very good fight from Bad Boys. Able to take down those players. Able to take down Para. That's very important for them to try and climb this leaderboard to get over some of these other players. Of course, going into this game, Bad Boys were right behind Para, and now, I mean, judging by this fight alone, they should be able to jump on the leaderboard into second place, at least temporarily. And with that, Phase 5 about to pop. A lot of different players here. This is a four-way fight between a few different teams at the moment. Inside of this, not a whole lot of space. Bumble still have this compound. They've been sitting in this compound for so long. They still have access to it.
They have been blessed. It is mad. The zone sort of bouncing around him. Ho-Hang store in. Savage taking some shots now. Shakira Sensor refusing to go down. There's one looking to get another point on the board before he's getting flushed out, but Sequel make the move around. Another one goes down for them. Shakira Sensor under rain of fire from the util. That's bounced nicely, not the right way on the trees. Had to duck back, but it's going to be long. Not going to be too short here. Savage go down first. His Bad Boys will conquer the kill there. A Security Sensor will duck back in. Bad Boys pushing in. Flashbang pushing in. It's going to be a fight for a little bit. And look at that. The Bad Boys are having to share ammo out because they are on 7 kills and they've not had much time to loot. It's been non-stop action here for round number 3 so far.
Right now, slowly the blue zone moving in as the final player from Sakura does finally get taken down. That's no more points for the current lead on the leaderboard at the moment. And Easy Peasy finding a knock onto Bullet Rain as well. So still some teams involved here. I think Easy Peasy, haven't seen them too actively yet. They've been, you know, around here or there, of course, coming into this game due to the fortunate circumstance of them being the immediate fill-in for the team that was knocked out. Easy Peasy have a chance to try and prove themselves here, but with this opportunity, they will have to find as many kills as possible. As I'm seeing on Bad Boys, there's a very good kill split at the moment. Everybody gets 2.
Oh my, it's a team effort. It's a team effort, this game. Everyone putting a shift in. Bad Boys looking good. They just need ammo. This is the problem. They're in rags. I'm going to say they're in rags. They're on fire. That's the big thing. Literally on fire there. Haywood nearly goes down to a nade. 1 versus 4 Bs makes it push forward though. Now it gets confirmed. Denial with information. Knows where Sub-Zero is going to make the play. Smoke does give him a bit. He pops the next smoke. There's another kill as it's going to be a race now. Screams on 4 as a killing spree now happens. Bad Boys is going to be difficult for them to get in after this one. Oh, Nordskiff gets tapped down. Take risk. Seat swaps into the heart and soul of them. It's going to be hard for Bad Boys to get out of this location because multiple teams are already here. But that aside here, Reaper, the kills alone, and they're in the top 8 position, so it's a point every time a team falls. This is a great game from Bad Boys.
Absolutely, and that little slip up from Nordskiff getting caught out by Hamdar, who's been sitting in this position for ages, just trying to play for placement points.
Take it.
It won't do too much for them as Bad Boys finally get taken down. Hamdar will get some of those placements for himself, so good salvage for him. Able to find a pickup, able to find some placement points. As we're now inside of the top 8, and easy peasy now under fire from Stardust as well. So back and forth ensuing over there, and a team that hasn't been too active, but certainly still alive here is Smokewall. They've got themselves 4 people in the zone. They're not taking too many fights. They're just trying to clear out Hamdar now. They can try and get the space, but they do have to worry about these players of easy peasy trying to shoot at them from the side.
Bad Boys are up there as well. Wait, were they second in the leaderboard? They're going to be farming some huge kills. So that's going to really sponge this lobby slightly. Easy peasy mentioned, not really seen too much from them. They need to make it happen now. 3 kills. We're in the placement points. We're in the top 6 with 15 players remain. Now the push continues to come forward. It'll be down to these teams to really clear out. They can remain. Easy peasy doesn't find the player, but finds a nade explosive in the face from Zuzi. That might be the opportunity for him to get in, re-heighten back up on that, but as he moves further in, be caught. Now maybe for him it's a push to get some more kills, a push to maybe get back to the rest of his boys.
Alright, and Someone's there with that pickup, enough pressure done to just try and get himself out. As finally Smokewall activating, they're able to find one. Bit of a flush coming through, and with these pickups, with all of that control that they have of the inner circle, you can see player of Bumble Squad also making a bit of a move. As another knock comes through, once again, easy peasy, just getting knocked left, right, and center. This is a big problem for them, as whenever they keep going for rotations, they get knocked out.
This area. Lucy needs to get back to the location, but they're now losing their player. It's going to be difficult. Smoke will happen. P90 in hand. We know the recall is outstanding on that, as they'll be able to take the long distance shots. But Smoke will now focus their attention. Bumble Squad looking to activate. They've been in the compound for some time. Now they're being teased out with some drops. That's what you need to take. Give them the honey, and Bumblebees will start running. 5 teams. We've got 1 more to go down before we hit that top 4. It's a quick game. Phase number 6. Arguably a very, very aggressive game and very outside edge play. I think that's part and parcel of the zone shift. A heavy south to southeast, and then it retracts back north a few times over, forcing these teams then to the outside. Bumble Squad, no kills. They're trying to activate. They're trying to get some points on the board.
Ulsing sitting in a bush. He's still a solo alive. He's basically in the center of the circle. He's got multiple teams that may be looking his direction, so he just has to make sure he doesn't move a muscle. Keep himself alive for as long as possible. As easy peasy, Suzy is still going for a fight, as now finally one of those Suzy players will get picked up. There's an attempt at a flush coming through from Bumble, but I think it was denied. I think it was one of the easy peasy players who was still able to find this pickup, but now Bumble Squad able to find this, potentially low on HP. There we go. Bumble Squad had control of the compound for very long. They've lost Crossberg now, and just now they've found their first kill, so both the teams that have some players alive at the moment, honestly, everyone's still alive at the moment on low kill games, so we don't have a dominant aggressive team. We just have a lot of teams playing for positioning at the moment. And so going into this late round, the question is who's going to pull the trigger first? Who's going to try and go first? Because whoever you involve in a fight first is going to allow the other team to try and third party into this. And don't forget about Ulsang. He's still sitting here as well.
He's good. He's chilling. Put it rain no more. Look, Bumblebee been teased out. They lost 1. They gained a kill. It's the first time they're getting a kill that pushes them into a top 4 position. It's 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. Solo, as Jung saying, as he said, is sitting in the middle of zone. It's difficult though. Easy peasy. They've got to try and work their way in. There's a dip in front. They will look quite good to get in there as well. Smoke Wall, I think this is the game for them to go, but they're only on 3 kills. A lot of the actions happened around them, but they've not been close enough to farm those kills. They've not been close enough to take a direct fight. It's kind of rotated around them, and when they got there, it was all done and dusted. So they've been kind of chasing this zone a little bit on the north at the moment, but they're in a good position. They're on high ground. Let's see who's going to try and take this one. It is phase number 7. We've only got 2 more to go before we will decide our Tago champion.
All right, and with that, still enough space. A lot of early fights coming through allows a lot of these teams to take some space for themselves to just have a lot of fights go away from them. Just physically go away from them. Just move in a different direction so they didn't get any part in it. because as I said, Bumble Squad, they're on 1 kill, Smokewall is on 3, so not very involved as of yet, just trying to chase some of these fights, and so they're given a lot of space to try and experiment around with. This next phase is going to make them encroach on one another, but every single team hesitating because there's enough cover to try and play around. I think we might have to wait until phase 8 for anything big to happen, and that will come down to the zone shift, because depending on how the zone shifts, this may give a big advantage to either the southern or the northern team.
It's going to be an advantage based on the zone, isn't it? I think you're right. Easy peasy. Holding the edge. Now I got the shields. It's not too bad here. Numbers will still hold. Smoke will tighten themselves up. And then are they launching? That was an RPG, wasn't it? That was a Panzer coming in. It's an attempt. It didn't quite work out. It would have been interesting if it hit. But easy peasy. They've got util. 4 smoke still remain. They need to get off the ridge. They're in a bowl. Smoke wall in the bowl. Put it rain. Loving that, aren't they? They'll be okay. I think Bumble Squad have got a big decision here, Reaper, though, because they've got a 2-1 split. Now, Bumble Deep and Crosser could move round towards the south-southeast. They can maybe take the fight on with VP. They could move up the road and still keep that ridge, or they could completely go to the west and hold that west out with Madsy. So there's a big decision here for Bumble Squad, and it's a decision that could maybe get them a chicken dinner or maybe make them fall a little bit short of it.
Well, the west may be risky, but if they can play that, and if they can knock Smokewall, or at least gatekeep Smokewall out of this next coming zone, they would have a big opportunity to try and play for just complete zone control, and to lock everybody else out of this. But at the moment, they're still sticking to this split. They've got Madsy out over on the crates, and they've got the other two just playing that ridge line. They do have access to cars. They might be able to play that Bumble Deep, crossing on foot, trying to get on over. And Olsing still in that bush, waiting for an opportunity to pounce and maybe find one more kill, maybe find a placement if he can. And at the moment, I think it comes down to whether or not Smokewall and Easy Peasy want to go for a fight, or whether they're just going to like passively inch past one another to try and avoid fighting early on, to not give Bumble that opportunity to try and go for a fight. Here comes the push forward from Easy Peasy. They've got a Smokewall up.
Quick question for you. Quick question before it kicks off.
Yeah.
Where does Bullet Rain end in this top 4?
Ooh, I'm gonna say third. I'm gonna say Olseng is gonna be able to survive one more team.
I think he's going to lurk out. I think he might snake a little bit more than that. I don't know. It depends if he moves, and he doesn't have to move at the moment. So, okay, go Fed. Okay,
I mean, I'm hoping that he somehow steals away a chicken dinner. I always root for the underdog. I love seeing a man in the center just all by himself, waiting for an opportunity. And if he can read the right timing, he can do a lot of damage to whichever unfortunate team happens to end up next to him. Now, finally, there's some fight coming through. It's once again, at the moment, Bumble Squad is just able to perch these 2 other teams next to each other, and so Smokewall will have to fight Easy Peasy. There's some utility, there's nades coming out the wazoo. And Spicy goes down. This is a pickup for Smokewall. Another player goes down. This is to the zone. Easy Peasy down to 1. Now finally eliminated. This is clean from Smokewall. They now have an opportunity to try and turn on this next fight. As Bumble, a little slow to rotate on over, are able to find one pickup. They're able to knock Muzuman. But the question is, are they able to find any more? Is Smokewall able to go for this?
Oh my god!
Olsing is sitting right there.
He's right in front of you. You can just see him on the screen. He got a P90. Bumble Squad looking good. Smoke will go down. He's going to get a second. Now they need to figure out where the hell he is. And also he's like, please don't touch me. He moved. Oh, he gave it up. It's a winner with it. 6 kills. It's a 16-point game for Bumble Squad. But they had the terrain. They had the compound. The zone shifted south, and then obviously when it played up, it kind of whooped its way around. And Bumble Squad, they had to be teased out their compound with some drops. The honey landed, and that's when we saw Bumble Squad leave. But as a result, they got themselves a P90 and bagged themselves a chicken dinner. It was so close for Bullet Rain, though. So close. He just didn't need to move at the end.
Yeah, up until the late game, a very, I think, low kill performance from all of these teams still alive.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I think very unfortunate for Easy Peasy. They get themselves pinched between 2 teams. Smokewall has to take that fight. And very well played by Smokewall to win out that fight. Ultimately, there's no other choice that they had. It was either win the fight against Easy Peasy, try to turn on Bumble as fast as you can, or get locked out of the zone. Yeah. And so they tried taking the first fight. They tried taking the second after succeeding in taking out Easy Peasy. So good job picking up a few more points there. But ultimately, I think the big point here is Olseng. I said third. He was able to at least get second. I'm happy for it. Always love to see a solo getting some very funny little late round shenanigans.
And he's because he moved, he got spotted. That's why. I think it's worth mentioning as well before we go to break. Bad Boys. I think for me they were the winner of that round. Was it like 11 kills, 12 kills plus a placement point as well? So let's say 12 points. For Bad Boys again, another team kind of levitating that top part of the table. If we see that happen, if we see one team or two teams breaking away now from the points, we saw that from round 1 and round 2. That middle pack's going to consolidate, and with it being the middle pack a little bit higher from a top 6 point of view, it's going to cause teams issues. So they need to be thinking about these teams stealing points, and if there is a big team in the kill feed, actually you got to stop them early. You've got to get rid of them quicker, because they can't. If Bad Boys have another game like that, that might be securing a spot in towards the group stages. We're going to secure a spot though, and that's going to be for a break. When we come back though, it is going to be our Royal Rondo time. We'll see you guys in round number 4. game. But unfortunately, we are now on the halfway point. We're into game number 4, which means we got Rondo, and then we're going to close things off, though, on our wonderful Orangle. I like Rondo, and as I said before, I like Rondo for 2 reasons. 1, my new intro, which is about to come, and 2, people don't know how to play it. So let's get into it. It's going to be round number 4. It's Rondo time, baby. Here we go. I have updated the number. Just taking a bit of time. Flight path, though, with Rondo, comes in from the northwest down towards the southeast. It looks like he's going straight through the middle of the map. And it's a bigger map, so teams will be able to spread themselves out. I like Rondo. It's got everything to offer, but I will make a note, like the rivers on Tago, like the mountain on Orangle, these mountains, these pillars, these sort of posts, where these teams will take E-pickups. Oh, we've got a double flight path as well. There's the second plane. That's an interesting fact. They will retract the zone. Now, let's quickly talk double plane path, because that has been a topic of conversation. This is the one thing I'm not a fan of this map. Why? Because on esports, you practice, you get ready to go, and you kind of know where the teams are going to land, give or take, especially the later on you get on Reaper, right? But with a double flight path, mate, you don't know what team's in your plane. So therefore, you don't know whether you're going to be taking a hot drop, because the team you might be expecting the team to be in the other plane. You might be expecting the team not to be in your plane. In this case, Secure Sentin, when they land up on EG, and that's one team coming from one plane and the other team coming from the other plane. That's a prime example of where I don't like the double planes.
Yeah, I mean, the immediate disadvantage I can see is that there's a complete lack of information. It becomes a lot more of a guessing game, and that just lowers the skill ceiling for the amount of information that you can gather ultimately, because it starts coming down to chance. And with that, we have the first circle popping, and it's down in the corner. We've got a very southwestern first circle.
Let's talk. Obviously, Holidaeus is talking. Rondo is a bad map. I can't say that word. I don't think it's a bad map. I think it's unpracticed. I think from a graphical, finished map, I think it's good. I think it offers different things. It does feel a bit like Tago, does feel Orangle, does feel Miramar. Will it settle? 100%. And like, look, remember Orangle back in the day, guys? Oh, my days. I do think it needs a couple of patches. It needs a couple of fill-ins. I think some areas need to be changed. I'm 100% on that one. And I also believe we need to drop the double plane path. Personally, Flash get him down. There goes a shot safe. Ooh, will land a killing shot though with a QBZ down and out. And look, again, I'll also admit I like the QBZ. I'd rather it not be in comp. I kind of would rather a standard of the guns across all the maps. That's just a little bit of me though.
It once again just comes down to consistency. A lot of teams hate when there is inconsistency, and to some extent I say, you know what, it comes about adaptation. You have to try and deal with it, and for the most part, that when I say that, I mean new maps coming into the rotation. But when it comes to gameplay aspects and the fundamental core gameplay loop being changed, of course, that has a much bigger and more dramatic effect at the top level, where people are going to find every single way that they can to try and exploit this. And so the double plane path, a bit questionable. And at the same time, also the addition of different guns and also different items that may be attributed to certain maps, which I remember was a thing quite a bit in PUBG. It hampers the amount of control that you have over the game, and that just lowers the ability of just true competitive success that you can have simply through your own doing, simply through your own skill. And that's rather unfortunate to see at the top level.
Yeah. On the other side, though, a random map. We've seen it with Vikendi. We've seen it with Tago in big competitions. There are teams that perform on those maps really well, and it might be the one map that they get mass amounts of points. So, and we've seen it in these qualifiers. EMP zones, they can do one. I'm not a fan of them. I like that they always pop on the outside. I read that. So they always kind of do these Mickey Mouses. So it will stop any team rotating through now that southeast corner. So that will have a factor into. I definitely feel we'll see that on the big stage. Will it survive long term in esports? I don't think so. I think things like the emergency flares that you pick up to Doritos coming down, they will be bigger additions to teams getting used in an EMP zone that comes randomly in. EG, well, they won yesterday's run. They played it really well. Let's see if they can do it again. Here come the shots. Himman's got to try and put up. He does. As GBZ there comes out, and the shots go back towards him. And they actually turn. EG want this fight. Great shots, Himman, and safe through. And Himman can be backed up into the corner at the moment, though. There goes a smoke. They're looking to try and move forward, but Himman's already moved his way back.
All right, and with that opening frag, actually, the opening knock goes into favor of Sakura. That might not be such a good start. That is not what EG were looking for when they were driving past this.
And they're
So
leaving
instead,
him as well.
trying to get themselves out. Are they leaving him?
That's toxic,
Aw.
boys. That is toxic.
Poor Matan, what has he done to you?
He was a safe res. It was a sure bet. Put him in the car or put him on one of those electric buses. They are quick. I think they're scuffed, actually. I think the buses need a little bit of sound. Like a little bit of sound. Like come on. Teslas are not completely, like, invisible, right? You can still hear them. EG do put up, but also secure sensing, keeping the gas pedal on. He roll into the town, and because it was the bus, I don't actually think they know he's here, so he might be able to split them slightly. EG now being called back to try and get the res. Tekker's going to be there, Safety going to be coming to, I suppose, earshot. And there's that confirmed, so EG might turn back, and oh, they catch him. Secure sensor get caught slipping on the outside of town as EG turn around and run him straight over.
Right, all Sakura need to try and confirm themselves here, realistically, in terms of the cutoff, is a few points per game. And at the moment, with those 2 kills, maybe not all that bad. They do lose a player in the process. Unfortunate for them to be losing that one. But at the very least, they're still alive. They do get to make that rotation out. And this, of course, EG able to catch that player, able to rotate around and able to drive over him, are going to give themselves enough space to keep themselves in this as well. So no early elimination, no early absolute decimation of one team. Instead, it's going to be a bit of a trade-off, and both teams better off continuing on in separate directions.
Yeah, separate directions. We go. It's phase number 1. So it is game number 4. It's best of 6, though, guys. While we get a bit of a lull. And don't forget, the PUBG Hot Drops in Cologne is coming up in August. If you haven't already, tickets go on sale on the 8th, which is Monday, I believe. So I've been told it's a bigger venue, been told there's more tickets up for grabs this time, as I was one of the people that missed out on tickets last year. Definitely not missing out on tickets this year. My flight's booked, my hotel's booked. I will be there, or even if I'm outside, I'll be there. A quick look,
Right.
There's that high ground. This high ground is what I'm talking about, right? These will pull back the zone, and Zuzi might find themselves in a position where they might find the late game, but we tend to find teams run out of ammo sitting up here.
Yeah, that may be a concern for Suzy, especially if they start expending their ammo early. So maybe a good position, but you don't have access to resources up here. This is not necessarily unique to this map. I think I've seen it in other places as well. You can play that high position, but the question is just for how long. As Sakura is crashing another compound, I can see them moving in. And they should be able to get control of this. But no, Flashbang's able to find one pickup. That's really, really huge for them. Able to find that one onto Sakura. And with that, just a lot of shots coming out. Stardust is around this. Stardust is looking for an opportunity to try and take this fight onto these players. And Flashbang also has long angles. I think Flashbang was playing in a split. And now those players getting taken out means it's only 2 left. It's only Duality and Donmara, who still have access of a different compound. So the split not really working out for them, but at the very least they still keep control of an important part of the map. And we'll have to wait and see how important that becomes when phase 2 pops, but until then, still a lot more time to go. Para at the moment fighting with iBanana. They're also just wrangling for control over a compound, so a lot of early engagements coming out, I think also due to teams just wanting to secure safer positions, wanting to make sure that they have access to a compound, because they don't really know how to run this map, how to maybe rotate later on. It becomes a lot more risky. There's a lot more just blind spots that you may be driving past, so just trying to get some control early.
Control is key for the Royal Run, though. Para Esports will take shots at Banana, but now they're going to look back towards where the next movement's going to be. Obviously, the zone in the corner does provide A little bit of new terrain. I've only had one down here myself, so the question is how many of the teams have also come this way. So wait, see. Hello, Marky Boy. How you doing? You all right, guys? We are live in here by the chat. It's going to be 16 teams, 57 still alive, so it's not bad. We're still keeping some high numbers compared to some of the other games. We lost teams. We lost multiple teams already by this point, so a bit of a different game here for Rondo. Got iBanana trying to keep their boys alive. It is a 2-1-1 split, but no connecting bolty shots just yet, and we should now see our next zone as we will be playing a little bit more on this west-hand side.
Right, and with that, next zone pops, and we have a hard western shift once again. So we're just going to be playing with a lot of unplayable area there on that far western side. And a lot more open space around that too. So there's not really much space, and there's going to be a lot of gatekeeping here at those edges. Because quite a few teams will have to try and move into this next one. Big rotations, you can already see them coming out. A lot of teams moving far to the south to make big rotations all the way around, easy peasy. The first ones to be part of that rotation, Savage is going south, Bumble is going south.
Yep.
So everybody just trying to look for a spot.
What I can tell you guys, unfortunately, in 15 minutes time, the observers do get a disconnect. So you'll be seeing us in a little while. But for now, we got 15 minutes or so just to cover the action. Zone coming on the outside, but it looks like Secure Sensing taking a fight at Bumble Squad. This is now a fight. There's unplayable terrain on that west. Is there enough to really cause too much of an effect? No, but this is definitely for me a complete west-west, and I've not had that yet. Him driving by, and Bumble Deep gets put down with that QBZ. Maybe I need to start getting that gun practice my Rondo time. And there comes those E defenses, those Doritos, the pizza slices from above. And I've been told he's back in as well. So we do have a little bit of disconnect. You're going to see us in about 15 minutes time, but we'll be back into game as soon as he can. Oh, and they say pretty much nothing was missed. Oh, perfect. I think they say almost nothing was missed. So maybe 1 or 2 kills. Unfortunately, it's PUBG,
That's
guys.
good to know. It'd be unfortunate to miss all the action from teams such as Sakura. I mean, we'll have to wait and see if they're still alive by that point, but for now, Flashbang taking a fight onto Bumble. Bumble getting 1 player knocked out, so not a good start for them into this next circle closing in. Risk take, they do... I don't know why I keep calling them the wrong way around. Take risk, have access to a compound.
Take. They take risks.
Yeah, risk
it makes
take.
sense. Take a risk to take, we would take risk.
I mean, both ways make sense. And now they have access to a compound. There's a Stardust who's fairly close to them. Suzy is around that as well. So at the moment, just everybody holding it on to a bit of control, just right outside each other's perimeters. And I'm fairly certain that a lot of these teams are actually also aware of one another. The question is just about who is sitting in that compound. Because until knocks start coming out, until you can start looking in that kill feed, you're not going to really know who's around you. That may be the factor of unknowing that is going to prevent a lot of these push-outs coming through.
No. Say foo. He plays for Secure Sense and he should not be in chat by now. That's not a good sign. But he's here. Don't forget it, guys. He's 15 minutes in the future. But we have to wait. Secure Sense, though, they are leading the charge. Let's talk leaderboard, actually, while we've got a little bit of a lull time. And we will talk leaderboard a little bit more on the break, actually. Secure Sentinel, 36 points. Bad Boys, second place with 31. Bumble Squad with 29 points. Perra with 23. Smoke Wall with 21. Savage, though, are holding up with 20. Is there a gap? Oh, not really. I don't think I could say one team at the moment has been farming. I'd say 1 or 2 teams have had an outstanding game. It's put them in the driving spot for a top 6. But we're not seeing a full send, and Zuzi is gonna launch a 2. There's a knock, and it's really hard to see people up here. He's looking for the confirm. The smoke's coming out, and there comes the initial fire coming back. But it's coming back from the farmers, not from bananas. Well, that rhymes.
Oh, so it does.
Kind of.
And with that, well, Banana do have that player knock. Might be able to go for that pickup. You know what I mean? To get that knock, will get shot back at. So has to duck and cover. Has to try and go for this. Goes for a parachute. Tries to go down. Gets off that big mountain range into a different position. But there's the Banana players. They're on a 2-2 split, and they're able to get him from far away. So there's that knockout coming through. The rest of the Suzy players already abandoning his buddy up there in the mountain range. That's very unfortunate for him. He was able to get that knock, no confirm coming through. So iBanana very well playing around each other, able to save one another. And that's exactly what you want from the team play perspective, as now they have a tiny bit of space to try and move themselves into this next circle. The split will come to an end as they will briefly move together to try and just breach themselves into this upcoming circle.
Is that 2-2 split, which is keeping them alive and kept that knock from getting flushed. Suzy also said a bit hungry for that first, maybe taking a step back and rethinking the flush straight away. Bad Boys no hand screams. Well, he's been knocked. They're looking for the res now. They are outside of zone. Easy peasy holding a wonderful couple of buildings just in front. They are double checking off that high ground. That's what I'm talking about. It's so hard to see people up there. Spicker just got to keep control. Yes, they're going to need to move here, but I think a late move from Easy Peasy will be the right move. They just need to maybe scout a little bit forward to figure out where they want to play here and maybe just wait this one out just for the next shift.
All right, 4 farmers coming alive in the kill feed as well, picking up one of the Suzy players. And this edge fight will continue to be important. Bad Boys are currently locked out. There's multiple teams looking their way. They went for a very big rotation out in the blue early on to try and make this south rotation, but clearly they didn't rotate far enough because they've still got teams ahead of them. They've got teams ahead of them that are looking to try and find some kills and some pickups from them by just keeping them out, keeping them and making sure that they don't get any more points for themselves, because at the moment Bad Boys not doing too bad for themselves. Going into this game they were in second place, so of course trying to keep them low on points, trying to not make them point sponge would be helpful, but it doesn't matter because the other team that's currently on top, Sakura, is able to find a flush, so point sponge to one, point sponge to another, it doesn't really matter. Sakura able to find one of those, as now Bad Boys lose another player. Easy peasy just finding these pickups.
Yeah, that's part of that hold in the edge of zone for them. But holding the edge of zone while farmers are on the hold. Para do sneak their way in the farmers' compound. Azura's in chat. Give that guy a follow, mate. A legendary caster and was with us yesterday, so give him some love, mate. Welcome into chat, brother. Zone does tighten its way up. Don't forget, we do get disconnected about 25. We're 16, about to go 17, so expect a DC and see my ugly face very shortly, but it's a difficult shift now. The zone shifting its way up. These south teams now need to try and play in. Bad Boys already have a player here as well, so they might just sort of leapfrog. And there's a JS9 in the distance. That's dangerous here. Is safe through the man in chat. And Tech as well. They need to get moving forward, but they've got EP already trying to hold them out.
All right, 5 kills for Sakura at the moment. Not doing too bad for themselves. Good position to try and play off of. Easy peasy will have to back off. They will do so fairly successfully. They will need to move into the next zone anyway. So at the moment, just edge cleanup work for the side of Sakura. They're just making sure that nobody's behind them. They're really just pushing everyone forward, just getting out the broom and cleaning house. As Bad Boys under a lot of pressure. They've had a good game, but now they're getting completely annihilated from multiple different areas. Does finally get taken out. And now Sakura, easy peasy, starting to trade some blows.
He's trying to go for the res. Teamwork for the dream work. Gets to confirm on the board. Easy peasy looking back from the other side, ensuring what they just done to Bad Boys doesn't happen to them. Great knockdown from Spicker now. Has an opportunity. Looks like Easy Peasy want to try and slow down Secure Center, making their way back in towards zone. Easy Peasy cast. They're in racks as well. They've got a lot of boxes. Level 3, but they need to get a reload on that util. Cave, well, they're trying to get involved. Savage getting involved. It looks like most of these teams fighting in the southwest corner now as Easy Peasy. Well, they want to have a look back over that way. They need to consolidate and they need to be cautious because Secure Center, it won't be long before they move on in.
And this is a lot of teams starting to stack up in similar positions now. A lot of space, a lot of cover to try and play around. So obviously popular spot. The problem is it's going to start getting crowded over here. As Farmers and Para still going for a fight over on the north end of the circle. But in the meantime here, there's just a lot coming out. EG losing a player. And Sakura starting to prime some utility, looking to go for a push. Seifo might be able to go for an opportunity to push himself up to the next piece of cover. The flashbang coming out, swinging around that rock, might have an opportunity. Will at least be able to flush one player. That's very good. Good start. Trying to pick some fights onto Spicy. Able to connect a few shots. Doesn't take anything in return just yet. Able to loot up as well. So Sakura just slowly able to gain space. Being allowed into this next circle. And that is gonna just alleviate all the pressure for them to just push forward freely. To just try and find this pickup onto easy peasy.
Savage can't really push him at the moment because they're engaged themselves. They've had a backdoor from Cave here. Tekers makes the play forward. Seifu goes down. He's going to cover where he can. He tries to get another knock, but he goes down. And him and well, he's a bit further away. Big kills from the team, but I think the confirms will now happen. Great hold from Easy Peasy. As they will now find themselves. Does find the last player. Him comes up. Great shots from Spicker. And oh my God, puts him down clean. Susie would take 13th. 12th place for Sakura Sensen. Not a bad game. High kills, but early finish though for our current leaders. 5 kills though. Seifu will be able to claim another one.
All right, a bit of a late flush coming through to just get that last one. And 5 kills, like I said, all that Sakura need now to confirm themselves is a few consistent games. And 2 kills here, 5 kills there. That's all you really need to get yourself in those top 6. Anything else would just be a waste of potential going into the later stages of the rotation. So just make sure you get the top 6 in this qualifier. Make sure you find all the points that you need. And then let the others try and fight for some control. Let the others exhaust themselves in these last few matches. Let them bring everything out of their strat book just to survive. Because, you know, you're in a winning position. And now, Farmers putting on some pressure as well. Take risk, able to find Olseng, the man of the match, I think, in the previous game, who was able to just sit in a bush and get himself second on the placement. Almost a chicken dinner, but the 1v3, a little too much for him to handle.
Take the 6 points, though. You'll take the 6 points if you put it right.
I'll take the 6 points any day of the week. If all I have to do is sit in a bush, that is as free as it's going to get. And Bullet Rain, able to find that last Farmers player who was just trying to drive by, but Corpse Bag not going to let that happen. Able to find that pickup. And so that's another team out. Now we're starting to dwindle in terms of team count. We're losing some players. We've got 10 teams still left. We're almost breaking into the placement points. Not quite yet, though. And Banana at the moment trying to pick a fight onto Bullet Rain to just fight for some space here on the northern end of that circle. Because if they can get rid of Bullet Rain, or at the very least just force them into a different direction, they can take all of the space for themselves and they can control the late game.
Graham looking to make the move. Don't forget, guys, if you have just joined in with us, we do get a disconnect. We're not doing the observing. It's the amazing guys and girls over at Bing Esports that's providing all this for us. But they're 15 minutes in the future for us. So they have let us know that we all get disconnected. They do get back in. They don't miss too much, so don't worry. For now, no. Well, we've got a couple more minutes left. Savage, though, who have been on the defense here, trying to deal with Cave, who have came crashing in. They've got a knock, 2 kills for them. Good positioning so far, but they've got to reload some of these utils so they get the opportunity also to pick up that player. There's a denial, as I don't think they know exactly where that final player is. There's no one in that building, but they pop the smoke to try and deny the shots.
All right, and with that, new phase is about to pop. Still access to that compound. Trying to fight for control here. This player from Kaif just stuck up here, using some smokes to give himself some cover, has a deployable shield to work with, just holding down that staircase. Doing a good job of that, and now here comes the next circle. Will bring out that compound, and Take Risk will still have access to this. They now have beautiful center control. They're starting to take fights onto Banana. That is going to be very, very difficult to try and dislodge this team from that center compound.
That was completely free. They got shots. They got the compound coming their way. Smoke wall. The only place Smoke wall have really got is to come onto that south corner of that compound. There's a hill. That'd be the one to now play. Back to the fight here, though, Savage. Before we get disconnected, 2 more. Oh, Take Risk. They're just uncontended. No one's challenging them. They are able just to pop shots whatever way, whatever team is working in. Savage trying to flush out this final player from Cave there. Goes to flash. Double check he's not downstairs. Going for the upstairs. Using the shield. But oh, he looked the other way at the wrong time. And then gets pop shot. Shotgun, baby. Final, they will take out 7th place. Oh, hard run for them. Smoke would have said that's that ridge they needed. They should now try and hold down. Bananas try and backfill, but they get destroyed. 3 kills for Smokewall. They've got to ensure they get the ridge of that sort of mound. I can't really call it a mountain. Little mound before we see Take Risk push out and deny entry points in for Smokewall.
I saw Smokewall go for some very aggressive early plays in the very first game we had. They were part of an opening engagement, and Surfy was able to just completely annihilate all of Suzy. That was how our day started. But since then, Smokewall has gotten a lot more passive, and they've instead focused on playing a team game and to playing a late game. They've suddenly gotten very passive. They have low kill games, but they managed to make it into very important placement points. And so Smokewall, I think, I really like the consistency out of them at the moment.
it's just a danger. It worries me. Like, your team comes into any rounds. It's obviously round the 16, so the argument there's a little bit more pressure. We're in the top 4 now, which is 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 2. You come into the day, you get aggressive, you get results. Halfway through the day, you go, oh my god, we need to qualify top 6, and you go passive, and as a result, you don't make it. I see so many times. Just continue playing the game that you was playing when you first started, and that should, in theory, keep the momentum going. There's that disconnect. You should just then keep that momentum going. I see it all the time. Teams change the dynamic. They change how they're playing, and then they don't qualify. And they go, well, why didn't we qualify? What happened? They argue with each other. So, well, you should have just continued the same rate you were playing, as you mentioned before. And Smokewall did start very aggressive on game number 1.
Yeah, but I do want to commend that, just because they've got more passive doesn't necessarily mean that they may not qualify, because at the very least going into this game, they were in 5th place. And like I said, I have to commend them for, they did switch up their playstyle, but they're now playing a low kill, big placement game. And at the moment, they're very good at just keeping themselves alive and keeping themselves in strong positions to try and clean up kills late into a top 4 game, into a phase 8, a phase 9, to just try and win out based on those very late circles. That does come a bit down to luck, but for a lot of getting into the position in the first place, that is just a lot of very smart strategical play. And so we have to wait and see. Of course, they did start out more aggressive, so Smokewall have to be careful that they don't start getting too passive, because that's exactly the problem that you pointed out, Mark. If they start playing too passive and they stop playing their own game, they may start slipping from the leaderboard, and they may end up in 8th or 9th and wonder, how did we not qualify? We were feeling so good.
And they're on the cusp at the moment. They're in 5th at the moment. Let's not take it every way. Secure Sense obviously is in the top spot. Bad Boys there as well. Second, Bumble, Hera, Smokewall. Kind of expect it. Now, we are only looking for a top 6. It is difficult. I could easily give you 8 teams I'd expect to qualify. Farmers, they've been up and down. Bananas had a good first and second rounds, not quite getting it right at the moment. Stardust there as well. Let's get back in. They are back into it. They need to. Let me make sure our mics are muted. There we go. And have we missed anything? We've missed one. Who have we lost? We lost Savage. Yes, a top 3 now. And weirdly enough, with the reconnect, they've lost the top section as well. So we don't have the kill feed at the very, very top. It's all good, though. Take risk. They're in the center compound. I think they're in a good position to try and take the win. They've got 8 kills. Sometimes in middle compounds, you don't quite get it. I do like the movement that we saw from Smokewall. I know we're talking about them a bit, but the fact they left that compound and got to the base of this mountain, they can move their way around. And as you can see, moving to the southwest, it does say phase 1. I reckon after this, it will go to phase 8. And then it will pop down. I think Smokewall have positioned themselves for end game now. So that's a good move from them. We've not missed too much. I think they're positioning now for the end zone.
The moment this shifts away from the compound, it's take risk that will have to move forward instead of Smokewall. That may be the opportunity for them to turn this game around. Of course, also cannot forget about Bullet Rain, who's still inside of this as well. They've got the ability to maybe try and third-party this if take risk overextend. And Circle's about to pop. The question is, where does it go? Here comes the center up. So once again, more moving into the center, and this is going to favor Smokewall as more of that compound goes out of play. And this is going to reduce the amount of cover that take risk have access to. And Bullet Rain is going to have to try and find an angle into this next circle. And the question is, do they take the fight to take risk? Do they try and sneak into the circle? Or do they make a big rotation and risk taking a fight with Smokewall? At the moment, they're in a tough spot, and I think they're going to decide how this game is going to go.
This is it now. They're looking to move away around. Smokewall are already taking its location. So this is huge. Bambi's there. AWN. That's going to force, I think, Bullet Rain now to take the fight with take risk. That in turn is going to favour Smokewall. Good positioning, good movement from them. Bullet Rain trying to bunny hop, trying to get any information they can. They've got 1 smoke left here, 2 more have popped as well. They're going to need as much U2 as they can to try and get into this zone, because they're the only team now that remain outside edge of zone. Phase number 8, we're going to go to the 9. It is game number 4. After this, though, we've only got 2 more, and it is a wrangle time. So last opportunity to try and claim some points for these 3 teams.
Alright, and with that, now Take Risk finally starting to engage Bullet Rain as Bullet Rain is coming close to this compound. They have to try and hold them off. And at the moment, they're just getting completely decimated. Take Risk able to just annihilate Bullet Rain. They're out of this. So Bullet Rain, like I said, they were in a tough position. They had to decide where they wanted to go. It was the best option, at least in their minds, to try and go for Take Risk. But ultimately, Take Risk very good at holding off on that compound, able to keep that control. And now all they have to worry about is the remaining players alive on the side of Smokewall. So this is just going to be a 1v1 team fight. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah, 4 versus 4. Billionaire, again, high IQ player, moving out already, trying to get the off-ankle zones. Going to pop and start working his way in. So he's either going to expose or he's going to be an absolute laser. Amdor taking some shots to shield, going up to Smoke, refusing to go. Here comes Billionaire. He's making the push. Bambi goes down to ones, but gets the side swipe. Billionaire gets caught from a long distance on the 3 times Org spray. But look at this, the M249, only 118 left in the chamber. He says only. That's surely enough to clear out 3 players. Wait and see. And the AWM, well, that's going to try and rain true into the compound, and with the 2 remaining there, there's not many exits that you're going to get, as the zone will push you out in phase number 9.
So if you're looking for an opportunity to maybe get a connection with that AWM,
Picked him up. They've picked him up. They want to res him.
They've picked him up. Yeah, they've picked Billionaire up and walked him all the way back through a smoke wall to try and get that pickup going. But there's another knock coming through onto Karam Tori. And this is going to be where it starts getting difficult. This is the opportunity for Smokewall to try and push this, but he's up. Billionaire is up. It's once again 3 guns up. They have the opportunity to try and go for the 4th. No, he does get flushed out by an aid. Good utility coming in now finally, and there's just a lot of smokes at the moment. This is all Take Risk can play with. They've got 0 cover. All they can play with is their smoke grenades, and that is concealment. That is not cover. They get shot through this, they are still going to take damage.
We're getting you up. The good thing to about it as well, take Risk would have been in the compound. They've not used much use, so they're going to have some more. There's one. Oh, the second one goes down. Then it's down to the 3rd. Final player for them. Great spray from the M4 3 times. Swaps to the 2. He's now going to work his way a little bit closer in. I believe it's a 2 versus 1. Now there's one of the confirms. Smoke will have the better positioning still, but we are seeing Take Risk making the play, playing the outside edge. He's going to try and expose one. The M249 goes the other way around. He goes for the drop though. Has to duck his way back in. 2 versus 1. But he's running out of air. The M249 will sing, and it's a winner chicken dinner. 10 kills in the end. It's a 20-point game. Well, it's towards Smokewall. Game 4 done and dusted. Aggressive ending, but huge GGs. It went backwards and forwards, and I'm still shocked they grabbed Billionaire. It's like, Billionaire, you're our player. Bosh, on the shoulder, get you back to the compound. And he had a difference. He got a knock as well, so it was worth it in the end, kind of. Didn't get the chicken dinner in the end.
I mean, still absolutely, though, because Take Risk, they walk away from this game with, I believe it was 12 kills in total,
12.
ultimately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also a 2nd place, so that's still an 18-point game for them. That comes very close to a chicken dinner, so very good performance from them. And Smokewall just ringing true exactly to what I said. They get a low-kill game going into the early and mid-round. They just get a good position. They get everybody alive into late zones, and then they try and pick the fight at the right time. And the circle this time favored them enough to force Bullet Rain out first.
Yeah.
And that forced them into a direct 4v4, and their Smoke Rain just ultimately ended up being the better team, able to find the right pickups at the right time. And I love what they were doing with Billionaire to try and get him back up, but ultimately Smokewall able to just cut through the remaining players, and with that, a deserved victory, and they're now in a prime position to try and close this out, try and get themselves into top 6.
Big points. Some of these teams at the top as well, so maybe we're going to see a little bit of a gap as we go into the final 2 games. Well, Smokewall did divide the zone at the end. They did force Take Risk fight on towards Bullet Rain as they drew the line in the sand, but we're drawing the line in the sand now as we are going to be going to a wrangle. Take a quick break. When we come back, it is round 5 of 6. Both of these are going to be in a wrangle. See you guys in a second.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
Well, only 2 more left. It's wrangle time. Game number 5 for the rotation MEA Summer Edition qualifiers. It's basically the last stop at qualification. Well, let's say that. We've got qualifiers next week. I won't be on all the qualifiers, unfortunately, because I have other preloaded things and rehearsal things. But the flight path for this one is a northeast down towards a southwest. Goes right through the middle, as we can see Roswick now as the plane goes over Boatyard. So it maybe does tinker a little bit more towards the northwest, but a good flight path for a smaller map.
Certainly a lot of options once again for the teams to just try and find their usual drop spots, get some loot, get their way out. And now that we're back to a way more established map, we're not on we're no longer on Tego time, so I'm not really expecting any hot drops to come through. I'm expecting these teams to just do their established things, to just scout out, see where teams drop, expect some teams to be in certain positions, and to just, go where you feel strongest, loot up, and wait for this first circle to pop.
The circle is going to pop, and as you say in chat, could you please, I would love you to speak a bit about PUBG schedule, rotations, EWC, and Nations Cup. Of course I can. I can tell you I'm not going to Esports World Cup. I'd love to go Nation Cup. Nation Cup is one of my favourite events all year round. There's a lot of controversy around the team selection, etc. for Nations Cup. I'll leave that to Reddit and Twitter. I think it's all right. I quite like it. Let's talk the rotation. The rotation, Summer Edition. So this is the second part of the rotation. This is a tournament for the EMEA region. The qualifiers are split into 2 sections. We're looking at the first part of the qualifying, which is the MEA region, where we started round of 64, then we went round of 32 yesterday, and now we're round of 16. We're only going to be taking 6 through on here, and then obviously we've got EU. EU will then work its way down next week, and then we'll take the rest of those guys, and then we've got 10 invited teams coming through. Those teams will then meet in the group stages, and then the group stages will be going through to the finals, which I believe are next week. Let me double check. Let me check the exact dates for you. The rotation finals are not next week, they're the week after. So the rotation finals kick on the 19th, 20th, and 21st. Obviously, Esports World Cup is back next week on the 12th, 13th, and 14th. So that'll be really interesting to watch. And obviously, as I said, next week we've got a lot of PUBG. I'm going to try and cover as much as I can. So the rotation EU qualifiers will be on the 9th, 10th, and 11th. And I'll be trying to cover pretty much every day where I physically can. I might be a little bit late on the 10th. That being said, obviously Esports World Cup, and I actually think PUBG is in really, really good position. And what I'm going to say, one of it is, everyone seen the trophies? Because it's insane. For Esports World Cup, yes, you actually claim the trophies, and your trophy gets put into the bigger trophy that it gets wall mounted, and then you get to pick people's trophies to put in the bottom of your trophy that you destroyed. It's insane, right?
I love that.
What's really big though is the big prize pool for the orgs, and PUBG is one of the last games that are playing at Esports World Cup. So insane, right? Actually, there's gonna be so much visualization, so many people watching PUBG. And I feel for the players and the teams, because there's an added bit of pressure, because it's a difference between your org getting the org championship and not just the PUBG championship. So super pumped. I was looking for flights over. I'm not talent. The talent has been selected. They are the best of the best with PUBG, and I cannot wait to see. It's going to be really, really, really good. That obviously kicks off in the latter part of this month. Then we come back, there's a very short break, and then we go to Nations Cup. And then after Nations Cup, we'll be looking at dates for PEC Fall. And this event, despite getting 6,000 USD for the winning, which is split between first and fifth, the big ticket item is a group stage. So a group stage, a golden ticket for PEC Fall. So for this region, not having to qualify, going straight to the group stage, being kind of one of those invited teams, is going to be huge, because you stand a better chance of getting through, because qualifiers can be very, very shaky at times, and more importantly, you might get caught out a little bit as well. So yes, there's a prize pool, yes, there's some shots, but not quite getting the connection for EG team. What it does mean, yes, you're going to put some money in your back pocket, but you're also going to get yourself potentially closer for PGS5 and PGS6 this year, because you've got to remember, if you qualify for PEC4, you qualify for 2 lands, and this is the last opportunity to be getting global points on underneath your team's belt to be invited or to earn the right to become into the global championship at the end. So huge. As I said, yes, the prize pool is great for this. It's 6,000 USD, right? But I don't know how I quantify actually how big a ticket to a group stage is. Like, what is the value of that for a team? Like, avoiding qualifications, you got to feel like a global partner at that point, right?
I mean, I can tell you what it is. It's a free ticket to PC, which is a chance to fight for PGS, and obviously PGS is a chance to fight for PGC.
Yep.
And that is the dream goal of every single PUBG player. Everybody that plays this game competitively at some point or another wants to make it to PGC, and the biggest dream is winning it, because that means you are undoubtedly the world champion at that point. And I mean, that's what everyone wants, right? That's why everyone's fighting to win. And why not win on the biggest stage? And this golden ticket, it puts you one step closer to that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, question for chat. What's your thoughts about the format that PUBG has done? I know we've got a mix of viewers and we've got a mix of players that will be in chat at this point anyway. But PUBG changed, like, obviously qualifier to one LAN, qualifier to one LAN, to qualifier for two LANs. It's a very big, it allows them to put more LANs in. But I think it makes the qualifiers more important. Like, if you have, I'm not going to talk back about teams, but look at Team Ascend, right? Team Ascend didn't qualify, and now they're down and they're not getting global points. They've got to have a really good Esports World Cup to get some points on the board, and they've got to have a really good PEC full to ensure they secure their spot, which you'd expect to think. I love that team. Expected the German Team Ascend to be going through to the latter start, the last parts of the year, which is going to be the global stage.
Well, as a certified essential, I can tell you that I'm definitely looking forward to them finally playing again, because I did miss them at the most recent PGSs, and I think you're very right about that. Those qualifiers have a lot more meaning, because if you miss out on that chance, you don't just miss out on PGS 3, you also miss out on PGS 4, and that is so many points.
Yep.
That you need to try and make your way into PGC. So there's so many opportunities dropped there. But hey, with EWC, you get another chance at it.
Yep, that they do. I'll be kicking off next week. So again, looking forward to that. So we've got the rotation qualifiers for EU next week. There'll be Esports World Cup next week as well. But obviously, closed goals, that's that section. And then obviously, then we move our way into the rotation final, and then we come back and we got EWC. Yes. So PUBG. Gotta love summertime. It's PUBG time of the year. And then, more importantly, we've got PUBG Hot Drops in Cologne. Yes, I'm so excited. I'm going to. Yeah, super pumped. Hopefully that answers your questions. And obviously talking about what is coming up in the PUBG calendar. Any questions, let me know. The best places are PUBG_esports on Twitter. Obviously, you can always hit me up, or Reaper, hit us up on Twitter as well. I try to share as much as I can with information of PUBG, especially around the PUBG esports scene, shall I say.
Yeah, definitely trying to stay on top of it myself.
Might do after a couple of beers, mate. I might be in the corner somewhere. And for those who don't know what PUBG Hot Drops is, it's a social event for PUBG. It's in Cologne, where you get to meet content creators, players, the community. There's the games that I saw last year that are being done, as drinks and food. It's a full day of not playing PUBG, but just talking PUBG. So, gotta love it.
It's for all the nerds like me.
Love it, mate. I was tempted. Like, I've got PUBG gear. So I'm tempted to maybe bring some and give some away while I'm there.
Oh.
Like, I've got the skateboard behind me. I might bring that. I will not give up my Rondo case, because that Rondo case is sick. It's I actually use it in my passport stuff.
Understandable.
But yeah, I might try and bring some PUBG stuff, which has been sent to me.
Yeah, this is why I'm here, to learn all about that. What week even is the hot drop?
So the PUBG Hot Drop is they done it last year, so it's just a social event. I'll get a link in chat. It's in Cologne.
Yeah.
It's bar and food, and it's just they've done events. They were talking to the creators. They were talking to the teams. They've done one in English and one in German as well. They had some cool photo stuff as well. And it's really a chill time, just to meet the other content creators, get to see who's in the other side of the screens. But also just get to talk PUBG and get a bit of an insight of what's coming. So really good event. Tickets go on sale and they're like €9 for the early bird tickets, or €12, which is like nothing anyway. And they go on sale on Monday. They actually sold out last time off the rip, so get ready on Monday. I'll put the stuff on my socials as soon as I see it. We've got a UK team coming over as well, so I'm trying to gather all the UK players that I can find to get on a flight over to Cologne as well. So yeah, make sure you get your ticket there Monday. I've been told the venue's bigger this year as well, so there are more tickets on for sale.
Yeah, that's very. I mean, it's very interesting for me because I will be in Cologne in August.
You've got to come then.
So,
you've got to come, mate. You've got to come.
I want to know if it coincides.
100%. It is on the. 1 second, I will tell you right now. Do you know what? I've booked my hotel, I've booked my flights, and I've not even got a PUBG ticket yet. So I'll be there anyway, guys. I'll be there, just maybe not the event. 24th is the event. I'm landing on the 24th and I'm leaving on the 26th. I'll be in Cologne during that time. So I've already arranged other beers with people and stuff. So yeah, if you're around, you know me, I'm social anyway. So I'd love to meet as many people in the PUBG community as possible. And plus it's GamerCon as well there as well. So
yeah, it's Gamescom. That's why I'm there.
yeah, I'll be looking for tickets on Saturday for that. Well, let's get back to the game. Farmers, they get their first kill confirmed. Well, the first, well, I forgot a couple of kills was in. They're on top of the potato hill, but Bumble, hot and spicy, trying to bunny hop round, gets caught. Bumble squad able to put one back, and it is back and forward. Farmers now put one down. They need kills. They can't be losing this battle. Bumble squad arguably slightly in. Farmers looking for some more. A bit further back, but they don't know that they've got a bit of a snake in the grass, and the snake comes alive. The bumblebee makes a sting, and Bumblebee puts Demon down, and he flushes him straight out. These farmers need to get in control of this action. It feels like 1 versus 1s at the moment.
At the moment, maybe they should have renamed to 4 beekeepers instead of 4 farmers, because at the moment they don't seem to have the right tools for the job. Bumble squad at the moment, just able to hold on. And there's been some casualties here and there. Bumble, at the moment, not a very flashy team, a team that's put some consistent points forward, so they could get a big game here that would also confirm them into potentially a top 6 spot. So they need every pickup they can get, and they will be able to find one more from the 4 farmers. That is 3 for them in this match so far. There's one more still around, and the question is that player going to try and engage? I don't think so. I believe the rest of Bumble Squad, the last 2 remaining players, will just try and head for the hills, see if they can keep themselves alive a little bit longer. And so early losses here.
There's a few early losses. EG, they're in 11th place at the moment, 18 points. The cutoff, to let you guys know, is 25 points. Billionaire has jumped and bunny hopped. YOLO needs to be careful with the YOLO life. Because the movement will... There you go, you've seen him. Billionaire 100% seen him swap to the red dot. Does double check back. That's what I mean. If he wasn't moving, might have been all right. EG unfortunately full 16, so we need a huge game from EG in the last. Take risk. Well, quickly rewind us back on the leaderboard. If you haven't already, ! teams and go to challenger mode is the best way to look at it. Twire's not been 100% on that one, but just to let you guys know, Take Risk is in 7th place, 25 points, but the Bullet Rain are also on 25 points, but the placement points for Bullet Rain are better. They're on 12 compared to Take Risk on 8. The initial kills there, that's going to be putting them in towards the top 6. Bullet Rain will be looking at this going, we need to make sure we have good games, but they're sitting up into Boatyard area at the moment. They've got no one else near them as the zone retracts back to them. They've got zone, but it's going to be painful for them reading Take Risk getting killed.
Right, and with that, Flashbang taking some damage from Stardust as they're making space for themselves on this rotation. They're rotating in parallel with iBanana. And there's some shots coming forward one way and the other. Sakura trying to get in on that as well. They've got Stardust rotating right in front of them, but they're choosing to take those fights to those banana players. And the Farmers player still alive is able to get a knock. Flushed out by Flashbang. And now, there we go. There's that last player from 4 Farmers out as well in 15th. Unfortunate.
This is MEA, mate. This is standard. Stardust obviously getting caught. They have to now move back the other way. They can hear the action. They want to try and get into this dip, but they've launched some nades here. Easy peasy. They're already in the dip. Shield's already there. The heads go peekaboo. Easy peasy. Have to lay down. They've got to get engaged. They've got to get aggressive. They can't allow Stardust in. There's a confirm. Nodip obviously down, and he's dropped his No nade on top though. That's a Bay. Well, what's the meta with you? He makes a push forward, control, trying to get anything he can. This is surely an easy peasy victory, as they don't need to take the damage like the other guys are from distance. And Stardust, yeah, they called it quits. It's time to roll. Out we roll, and the car will be sent on. There's a dip to the north. Oh, he gets caught going to the dip, as Knocking Joy knew exactly where he was going and got punished.
Very good punish. Able to find one more pickup for themselves is easy peasy. And now there's some fights coming through. Bad Boys a lot in the kill feed, even with running their own teammates over a bit. Getting very excited with some of those pickups. Maybe not parking the car correctly. Flashbang now. They've got a good opportunity here to try and take some fights over onto Susie, who's rotating past them. So they will have that information. They will know that Susie has rotated past them. They will know that nobody else should be behind them. That is going to give them the space on that edge. And they've got a good split coming out. So they have this opportunity here to hold right in front of this compound. They have a few ridges to play around. So they should just be able to hold strong. Just wait for an opportunity to present itself. And the first one might come here in the form of that Susie player driving past. Might be able to connect some shots. Leading the gun, but only able to connect one shot. No headshots coming through. That rotation will at the very least be somewhat successful. But still just hurting him around. There's no rest for the Wicked, as Susie is just trying their best to get back together, to find some sort of relocation point. And they will, as Billionaire actually briefly goes down to the zone. Does get finished off by Smoke Wall, so they're able to find a pickup for themselves. No points denied. Everything cleaned up mercilessly. And the new zone shift, it's hard east. We still got school in this zone.
Squad store in there. Cast a tip for you guys and girls out there on YouTube, !YT. What I do, because we've only got the one feed being provided again by Bing Esports, so thank you very much, guys. We don't have a map feed. What I do is I'm on YouTube. I actually pause my YouTube feed on the map feed so I can go back and reference it. So a little bit of a caster tip for you guys if you're interested in reflecting back as to where teams have come from, where they're rotated. So hopefully it helps. Might help one person. Well, it's not going to help Flashbangs. Unfortunately, the zone has gone very much east, and our Bumble squad are finding themselves in and around that area. Susie needs to come in, but this whole area is not in. Bananas need to get as well, but they're already ready waiting. And Smoke will, well, they launched their way up the Smoke towards second place at the moment. They put a knockdown as well. Second one comes in. Well, they want to try and get that res and get going. 1 minute 50 on the clock, and the blue zone is already approaching its way in. There's a few smokes up. I don't even think they're going for the res now. They're just using the smokes to get away. Zuzi, well, they roll in, and Bananas roll on out.
All right, Smoke Wall also right behind that, so Susie will have to be careful about this as well. Sakura now taking some fights, finally able to take down the remaining player from Take Risk. Now there's a bit of a crash. What is this from Flashbang?
Oh,
they're rotating past, but no, he gets caught. One PRX does go down. It will be a different player to try and flush him out. Sakura just having a bit of a crash go past them instead of toward them.
This is madness. What's going on?
Tries to find it. What is this? Susie gets taken down. Smoke gets another pick onto Bullet Rain. There's every single fight unfolding at the same moment right now because they're trying to fight for all the control they can get in this phase.
Phase 3 sends, we love them. Phase 4 sends, we love them. We love any send we can. Banana taking it away. Flash trying to get through. They did try to punch a hole through a compound location. What is going on? Savage queued up with the nades. No kills for them as they will launch out the dump of U2 over the other side of South Rosick Hill. They do get confirmed. So first one on the board now for them. Phase number 4. 11 teams, 34 madness that might unfold in front of us before we crown a champion. Mortar fire coming in, because if not in doubt, send a mortar forward before you start rotating, as the U2 does dump back here from Sub-Zero.
All right, Sub-Zero still on the bottom of that ridge line. If he gets spotted up by Savage, he's pretty much dead to rights. But for now, they're further back on this ridge line. They're also under pressure a bit, and they're trying to take some shots over onto Easy Peasy, that is currently running around like an ant colony, trying to avoid some of those shots in the distance. Very, very small in the scopes of Savage, but nonetheless dangerous for them to try and get picked off here, as once again we center up northeast, and it is still inside of school. What is this circle shift?
What is this? Nordskiff, we know he's got survivability of a god, but he goes down, unfortunately, caught out by the caster's cursed. One more deep here, loving it. They've been hit for a 2 for a while in the swimming pool. They're going to be waiting some more. Mortarfire Store coming in. That is definitely hitting the easy peasy team. Smoke will run an open train to get in 2-2 split for them. And Bullet Rain now on the outside, taking on Smoke Wall. Secure Sentinel, they've got too far to move, but they will have danger from Para Esports because they can see directly down that road. So Secure Sentinel have a decision to make. Do they come into the hill slightly, try and hold out? Do they try and make a play for School? I think just let the next zone send a little bit. Maybe come a little bit later on this one. See where the teams around you position up, because Smoke will going for a fight on easy peasy. You could kind of maybe third party that and claim a few more kills.
All right, and here comes the first bit of utility. There's a bit of a knock coming through. Smokewall able to find one. At FPS is down on the floor. Here comes flashbangs. Here comes smokes. There's some counter utility from Easy Peasy to try and stop this push-up, but it's not going to work for long. This is another nade coming through. This one might be good. Onto that position.
They shot the money in his
Fire
hand.
coming out.
What?
Oh.
How? They shot the money. Or they launched the money. There's a money from somewhere, but that caused huge issues from Smoke Wall. They need to try and diffuse this situation and get into this bunk. Here comes Security Sense, and that's that third party I was talking to. Bad Boys World, they're going to go out and 10th place for them. One more kill, a team gone, dusted. That's going to put us in the placement points. There we go, easy peasy, laying low, but not laying for long. 9th place for them. 8 teams now remain. We're in the placement points here at Security Sense, and while they did take the opportunity to leapfrog in front, Smoke will get confirmed here, and this is the wrap now, but the third parties will come in. Bullet Rain over the top as they do get a knock as Secure Sense and try to go full set.
Humble and Bullet Rain both filling in on this to stop Sakura Sensen, who spotted an opportunity to try and third party the team that is right behind them, the team that is in second place at the moment. They thought they could get in on this fight and try and take Smokewall the moment they could finish this fight against Easy Peasy, but instead, they're the ones getting caught out. And this is going to buy so much space for Smokewall, who's able to go for another pickup onto Sakura. They find a second player, that's Saifu down, and they're also finding the Banana players in the distance as well, with some help from Sakura as well. So everything going wrong for Banana in a team fight that doesn't even involve them. Now here comes this push over the ridgeline. There's still some players up from Sakura. They have to try and worry about this. It's a wide rotation coming through. Smoke, well, just trying to get themselves out there, just trying to get some distance from one another so that they don't get killed in a stack up. There's a long angle. Himan, huge long angle, able to find that. Smokewall now onto 10 kills, but they're in a dire position now. As a lot of knocks has come through, it's only down to him on Smokewall finally eliminated. Sakura still alive with one player left standing, but they've got 6 kills for themselves here. They're in placement point positions, and that is basically all they need to confirm themselves for top 6 here.
Huge for him, and unfortunately couldn't get it in time to get back there. Look, Savage in a great spot now. They're on top of the hill. They're going to be watching, but they're also going to be watched upon by multiple teams. Bumble Squad, Cave need to decide where they go. Maybe they wrap themselves around towards that sort of South George area, go to this north part of the zone. Perro's got a big decision also to go. But at Rainbow, they're going to come down to south. There's a little ridge they can play there, but it will be visible from the school. So you've got to be cautious. It's going to be down to how many util smokes they've got. The one to watch though, it's going to be Secure Sensen. Well, he's not going to be watching for long as him and dodge, duck, dive, and he whips his way into a bit of cover. But for how much longer?
How much longer is the question. He's still taking pot shots. He's not really safe anywhere on that hill because it's not just Flory that's looking his direction. There's some other shots coming through as well. He's just trying to wiggle around, trying to keep himself alive as long as possible, but everyone's locked in on that position. Barrett trying to go for a car send. Do lose one player. It's Bullet Rain that are able to find one. Kaif able to find the other one to try and finish this off, so we now move into the top 4. And we've got some interesting names in here. Bullet Rain, consistent, but not really flashy. They've managed to survive into the top 4 now. Kaif is still here. They're finally starting to show up into this lobby, and Savage still all 4 alive and so much control of this zone.
Right, hold on. Savage the only team in the top 6 position at the moment, right? Oh, and Bumble. Bumble's still here, so there's 2. The other 2 teams, Cave and Bullet Rain, I know Bullet Rain just came in at last thing. So actually the biggest team that could win from this one is Cave. They are very low down the leaderboard in 14th place. So they really need to try and dig out a chicken dinner where they can. I think this could be anyone's game. I think Savage have got a great control of the zone. But also on the flip side of that, people might start drawing their attention, looking towards the high ground. Oh no. Cave looking to try and take on Bumble Squad, and they don't want to take it on clean.
Looking for an opportunity to spot somebody in the windows, to just send them a little greeting, a little hello. so far, no luck, but I definitely think that this will play a role later on if it won't come out right now. So Kaif just at the moment still inside of school, trying to take that fight to Bumble, still trying to
Nice
play around
poster.
this little part of the compound. So this is just the little sub fight that we have to try and deal with, and this is so tense. I am waiting for an opportunity. Okay, there it goes. Aristocrat tries to pull out that Panzerfaust, doesn't quite connect. He doesn't get it through the window, but there wasn't anyone to receive it anyway, and so that one goes wasted. But at the very least, everyone's still alive. Cash still have an opportunity, and Bullet Rain are firing some shots over at the pool area. Bumbledeep goes down. This is a big pickup. That's going to leave Bumble with only one player alive. It's only going to be one more player left, and this is an important pickup for Bullet Rain. They need every single point they can get because they're currently at the cutoff point.
Yeah. Well, as much as Bullet Rain moved into a position where actually the danger spot was Bumble, yeah, I can see you. You can see them. Savage got 4, so it's 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. Bumble on the lower spectrum here, and Savage do completely stand out. There's another kill for them. Bumble squad will fall. That's going to be 4th place for them. We go for a top 3. Savage just full control, but not controlling the zone. They now need to work their way down. I don't think they're going to go too quick as they've got 31 seconds left to store, at least punish Kaif, which remains in the school grounds.
All right, and with that, the school slowly getting edged out of the zone more and more with every single phase shift, as it will have to center up eventually. It will have to go away from this corner. School completely out now, and all we can look for is just the zone control. At the moment, Bullet Rain, they have found themselves a little bit of a ridge line inside of this next phase, so that's a good opportunity for them to try and keep themselves alive longer. All the pressure is now on Kaif, who will have to try and find a way out of this compound, have to find a way through the sightline of Savage to somehow find a safe location, or to try and take the fight and take the position away from Bullet Rain. But no matter what they do, they're in a tough spot here.
Yeah. It's hard to get out, and then whether they go is a dip sort of northeast of them, but hard, because Savage will just try and hold them. It's going to be a wait for the zone. They're going to wait for the zone to make the play before they make a shift in. Be interested to see where Savage go. They've got to come down. It looks like they are playing on that west-hand side, that little bowl, and they can just dip into that bowl. There's that bowl I'm talking about, which the camera just flies over it.
All right, here comes a lot of smokes for Kaif to try and cover themselves going out. Smoke walls are being established, so despite the team being out, we are still talking about them. Very good performance from them, but now the figurative smoke wall and not the literal team. Just putting some protection for Kaif, just giving them some concealment to try and move forward, but they're still taking pot shots, they're still taking damage. It is such a long run for them to try and get to anything that might give them some semblance of safety, and there we go, Savage already starting to just hound them here, able to find one pickup. That's one knock. That is one less player to try and deal with. And so now Savage, they're 4 alive, and they have to deal with essentially 4 others alive on 2 different teams. So they're in a prime position to pick this up. Bullet Rain getting in on the fun. They're going to try and find some points for themselves as well. They want to knock out Kaif here so that they can try and take a fight onto Savage. Because just because it's a 2v4 doesn't mean it's hopeless. There's definitely an opportunity if you can find the right pickups, if you can win the right gunfights, you're still in this. The problem is this Bullet player has been spotted. Savage taking some shots at them, but nothing confirmed quite yet. So we're stalling into this next phase, as once again it centers up, so there's not much to play for. Savage will have to slightly come off of this hill, off of this just complete control over the map, but it won't matter much because they still have the man advantage. And Bullet Rain able to find another of the Kaif. So Kaif most likely not going to be able to win this one out. There's just some more fights coming through. Bullet Rain able to flush those out, and now the final kill comes in. So it's only down to 2 players from Bullet Rain, and make that 1 as Corpse Pack goes down immediately. Savage, they've got 4 alive, and all they have to find is 1.
Well, Grown is the man with the Grozer, with the plan, with the 5 kills. Savage making a run, a dart across. Here comes the util dump. They're going to try and do as much damage as they can before making a push. Grown makes a play over the top to get some initial shots. Pushing down to 1 and 6 to try and take it back. But the already wrapped from Riot's going to do it. 9 kills and 19 points game. And arguably, all the teams in that top spot, even for a game number 5, it was a win for them. Kaif maybe being the best one. They were just trying to get every bit of placement point they could, because we've only got one more opportunity now for these teams to put points on the board and get themselves into a top 6 spot if they're not there already.
Yeah, definitely disappointing for Kaif. They definitely could have turned this into more, but unfortunately, just tough position to try and get yourself out of. Gets caught up, and Bullet Rain ultimately able to take them down. So with that being said, we've got one more game to go, and we already starting to see some favorites, and we're starting to see some teams who potentially have a chance at still making it into top 6, but they need a big game here.
Big game is needed. We're going to take a big break now. When we come back, it is that final game, the final shot, the final opportunity to get to the top 6 that we need here for the MEA region. See you guys in a few. There goes that final plane. Well, we're going to cross. We're going to cross mid part of the map. Maybe pushing towards that top side. As it is an east to the west. But it is the last opportunity now for these points. Last opportunity that we can quickly talk about leaderboard because it's pretty tight, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Still very, very tight toward those lower ends of the top 6 position finishes. I have to say, at the moment, I think Sakura, standout game. They're still in first with the performance from the previous game. Smokewall have had 2 really big games now. They're both above 50. They're basically safe into this top 6. Barring any insane shenanigans from the other teams. And I think Savage on 45 also pretty much safe with this. But everybody else still definitely in this. There's no big point cutoff here. We've got Bumble Squad in 4th on 39, all the way down to iBanana on 26 in 9th place. And I think all of those teams have a very good chance of competing here if they can win this last game.
It is going to be down to that last game. And there are a couple of teams we need to keep an eye at from that. Don't get me wrong, there are teams in this lobby that could maybe take a huge attempt at here. But Flashbang get EG. EG are one of these teams that are on the precipice that could potentially get qualified. So down player's not good. EG fights him back. They get a couple of shots, but not enough. Down to a 1 shot as YOLO is down, but not out just yet. Pre-fire comes around. The MP5 does the damage, but again doesn't quite get the knock as Flash refused to drop.
All right, that MP5K doing a bit of work. Not quite able to find any flushes so far. YOLO still on the floor, though. The question is, will EG have an opportunity to try and go for that pickup, or is that a lost cause? Both of these teams need a whole lot of points. They need to go for these early fights, and they need to win them convincingly. Otherwise, they won't really have a chance to try and make it into these top 6. Gotta keep in mind, both of them are toward the lower end at the moment. EG currently still sitting in 11th place. Not even to speak of Flashbang, who's currently sitting in 15th. Of course, it's been a tough game. It's been a tough game, but they've got to work a lot here if they want to find any success.
Only 1 hot drop? Don't know. We've not seen the map just yet. EG, well, there's a confirmed done dusted. First point is on the board. EG going to have to try and take this one as a 3, and it is a big ask. They're on 20 points. The cutoff point is 32, so they need a big game, and they're down a player. So let's see what they can do, see what they can dig out. And you got to remember the flip side, both these teams go down and out. It's also points that teams near the cusp need as well. So I think they have to try and make the move. They have got the first kill on the board. They will get ever closer towards EG, and it does give me a quick opportunity to talk. So, yeah, Bad Boys are in 6th place, 32. They are being chased by Take Risk on 28, Perez on 27, iBanana on 26, Kaif moved their way up to 21, and then we've got EG on 20. Pera Esports wouldn't have counted them out of the top 6 position. iBanana played well for the first 2 rounds, wouldn't have counted them out just yet. And Take Risk the same. Not seen them, strong team, but would not put them on the outside of a top 6 position. Top 8 qualified, no, only top 6 qualify in this region. So we're looking for top 6, and this is the final game to be able to do it. So, yeah, Bad Boys need to have a good shift. We know they're good for last game. Take Risk, good for last game. Pera Esports, good for last game. So tough. It does mean other people need to get some kills. Kaif just put a confirm on the board themselves, and Flashbang are closing their grips onto EG.
All right. Kaif had a very, very decent game here on that school ending on the previous Erangel game. Definitely not a team to count out yet. They've been playing with 3 players the whole day, and somehow they're still able to find themselves in a decent point split to not be out of this game by the last match. And Savage able to find one onto Flashbang, and this might be the hopes of Flashbang making the top 4 dwindling very, very quickly, as Sakura is able to find a flush onto one of the Bullet Rain players. That's also an important pickup. Not so much for Sakura as it is for Bullet Rain, because them losing a player early could be detrimental. They're currently sitting in 5th. They have a lot to defend here.
Easy peasy coming down as well. Look, Kaif, Zuzu, they're on the top there, and Yaz, we go to the fight on the other side. They've got 2 kills on the board. They've played this as a 3. Give them huge respect. They're in 10th place at the moment, 21 points, and it's been a 3 all evening. So I'm struggling with that 4th player. I'm going to try and get some more kills, try and do what they can. Smoke on the other side, though, pretty clean. They're in phase number 1, or just on the outside, sorry. To say as it does go towards that north to northwest. Suzy does get a knock. Over Smoke Wall now arriving for some bizarre reason, chasing down the kills that they don't need. They're on 52 points. These guys are qualified. They are just being disruptors now for round of 16.
Yeah, at the moment, just trying to mix up inside of this lobby, just trying to cause a lot of harm to whoever they can find. Just trying to put that stinger into anybody that comes too close to them because they don't really have much else to play for. They've got a decent position secured for themselves. It's now just about a confidence win. It's about confidence play. It's just about trying stuff. So they now have the opportunity to use an official as some very high elevation practice for themselves going
Or
into this last game. Also a good opportunity.
add to your thought process there, they also have the opportunity to stop teams qualifying. So
Yeah, they can gatekeep, absolutely.
if they want to gatekeep a Bad Boys who are qualified at the moment but take them out early, they could do. They want to gatekeep a Terror, a Take Risk. These are all teams that are going to be dangerous in the group stages, right? So Secure Sentence, Smokeball, Savage, Bumble, all teams that potentially watch the early fights, watch the rotation, because it might not just be practice for them. It might be taking a little bit of decision. Actually, I do not want to fight these guys in the group stage. I'd rather them go out now. And they got the opportunity. Azuzi plays peekaboo over the top. Savage going on for EB as well. Is he looking to try and get confirmed? There goes a smoke that's going to tell him where the last player is, which is underneath in smoke wall. They're coming rolling in as quick as they can. Great shots though come out, and that was pixel perfect outside and across the road.
Ooh, that player from Kaif able to get away. It's Samad who is still able to run away from this last remaining Suzy player. Piscabat is on the floor, so they gotta try and find this pickup. Smoke coming out. Might be able to try and pick this up. Question is, easy peasy moving into this. That's also another opportunity. Not easy peasy, it's 4 farmers actually who are moving into this fight potentially.
More kills.
They've got an opportunity to just get themselves some more kills to try and lock these players out.
Definitely locking out. And a few pros appearing in chat. Give them a fight. Give love to the players as well. Oh, Zuzi trying to play the beat. There's confirmed. Hot and Spicy get the steal for Zuzi's. There's a point on the board for the farmers who good qualifiers earlier on, but just not in the round of 16, the tougher game. Hey, more teams need to start arriving. We're not even in zone either, guys. This is game 6 antics for qualification. So you gotta give them the love. Euro times, boys. Yes, it is. Euro times for UK tomorrow. Good result, actually. I won't say from who. One of our casters is happier than the other. That's all I'm going to say. All right. Camera, woohoo. Yaz, this is not in zone either, guys. Smoke wall fully collapsing in. 4 farmers collapsing as well. Zuzi store here. Have to try and fight this one out. And time does serve. It feels like a scrim. It feels like game 6 scrim. Bad Boys playing free. Yep. Lost one early. Let's see how they try and hold out. Bad Boys are on the cusp at the moment. Take risk of chasing them down. Parity Esports chasing them. Live on the same. They fully down as well. This is difficult, and it's a town you don't want to take a fight.
I mean, at the moment, Smokewall is just sitting here really happy because there's a lot of action going on around them, and they can just be a nuisance to everyone around them. There comes a nade. Beautiful connection. Able to find a knock, able to flush the other player, so able to bait out that. 4 farmers now down to only Demon left standing. And that shotgun coming out to confirm 1 more kill if he's able to take down Abdo. So we've got Smokewall, who absolutely do not need it, on 2 kills, and now pushing in to try and confirm the last remaining players of 4 farmers to get them out of this game for good. There's 1 more left standing. They're trying to take this fight. Some shots go back and forth. It will actually be won by Demon. Still keeps himself in this, but now he finally does get taken down. Good trade from Smokewall. They're able to go for that pickup. They're able to annihilate 4 farmers. They're out of this competition. They won't be in top 6. And Smokewall continue building points that they don't really need.
That's a shame. Hot and Spicy. Love for that player as well. Farmers, decent team. Decent names. Decent names. Going out on qualification is tough. And that's why the PC golden ticket is so key. You don't have to deal with this. You don't have to deal with these game 6 antics for every team trying to get the last opportunity to get points on the board. Back to easy peasy, taking on Flash. There's Flashbang though. Oh, here's Sub-Zero. He's been pretty consistent actually. Give him the dues. Good player actually for this team. He always seems to be in the right spot, getting the right knocks at the right time. EP losing 1. I felt like they've played this today really as a 3-man. They seem to struggle keeping 4 up, especially early to mid game.
And with that, just a lot of players out in the blue. We're seeing a lot of very scrappy engagements because everybody's trying to hunt for kills. Everybody's trying to hunt for all the points that they need, trying to isolate their win conditions. And EG losing 2 players early is definitely not going to help them with that. Matan has been able to get one pickup elsewhere, but easy peasy now able to find another one onto Sub-Zero. This is a very good knock to try and confirm this fight, as these two teams have been at it for quite a while. They've been at it the whole phase 1, and we're into phase 2 now already, and they're still out here in the blue fighting.
And the loot zone as well. Loot, phase 1, phase 2. Pushing phase 6 for phase 3 as well. Insane. EG, there's no point on the board for them. EP now down for 2. And they're going to continue striving forward. Easy peasy. So they did qualify. Didn't quite qualify, but obviously due to the region lock, they got themselves back in. So they might have not been fully ready for this evening, but they are. Easy peasy. They're looking for these EG players and Flash. EG moving out. At some point, you have to cut loose. At some point, you have to go. Do you know what? We just need to go to the zone, guys, because yes, we're up. Yes, we're down numbers, but we are still striving to get more than just 2 points out of this game.
Yep, absolutely. EG need every single one, and at the moment, I'm happy that, you know, with the performance that Easy Peasy have put up, they're of course the team that was brought in here last minute because of that change up, but Easy Peasy are still here to take some fights. They might not be able to make it into top 6. That depends on their performance now. They have lost 2 players already as well. Flashbang has lost 3, but Easy Peasy definitely still a team that's putting up an opposition. Definitely a team that you have to respect when you're going into a fight with them, because they are able to find pickups. They are able to win team fights. And so I think they're a good addition to the server, no matter if they were intended to be here or not.
Difficult though, isn't it? You know, you've got points right in front of you. At what point do you go, I need to disengage and need to go? And then obviously going too early, getting caught, med in, how many more meds you got, how far do you leave the zone? You just don't want to be in this position. You just don't. It's game 6. You're shy of qualifying. You need to get in. You need to get away from this fight. Flash going to try and hold out now, looking back towards EP, which is backing off the other way. EG looking back towards EP. I don't even know if Flashbang and EG know they're here. As a look back, did they actually get so close that they just disengaged from each other? Maybe. Surely they can hear their footsteps. Definitely going to hear the car. Here's the car, making the run for it now. Got expected to turn around, expected to go up to the top. Does go for it, takes a knee.
Oh no.
Surely going to go for the MK. Does swap to the MK. Does get the shots and gets the confirm. You tried to steal my car. EG free. And unfortunately though, flash bang. It's a flash, it's a bang, and they're out.
More of a flash in the pan than anything, as Flashbang going out quite early here, and that's it for the competition as well. Not managing to make top 6. But at the very least, some decent performances here in at least some of the games. I saw some fun stuff out of them, and at the moment, just looking at the zone, I see so many people still rotating out from this fight over at Milta. It was such a long and arduous fight over there out in the blue, and by now we've gotten all the way over to phase 3, and these players are still making their rotations.
Oh, well, there's some rotations. There's some car rolls that are going down. There might have been some dead FPS on the screen. That's why we saw the roll, but that's it for the FPS final one. And yeah, still got to get going. It's phase number 3. Does tickle, doesn't sting. Zone does tighten us down. We go for that north side. We still hold on to the river, so it does need to bounce back. Perez in, Secure Sentence, Storty him, Bumble Squad, all in this location. Let's talk about some of these teams that need these points. Stardust, they need some points. They're in 12th at the moment. They sit on the outside. Bad Boys, they don't want to be going out this early. They can't be sitting on the cusp. I'm thinking, oh, we don't have teams chasing us down. And one of those teams, center zone, pair up. We know they're good. Pair in the middle of the zone. Sometimes will bag themselves a chicken dinner.
Now I see every direction I look, I see smoke wall just at the moment circling like
Yeah,
sharks in
isn't
the
it?
water around iBanana. It's worrisome.
It's worrisome. How did they get there is the big question, but they seem to find some sort of teleportation device, maybe on the new PUBG update. They're going to work their way through here. iBanana, they take some shots, good knock. Needs to get the flush though. To be fair, iBanana also spread out and spread wide. MK in hand. Groza clearly not sharing. Come on, iBanana, share with the team.
Could have gone wrong for iBanana, but instead they're able to find that pickup. Surfy caught out on his own. the remaining players of Smokewall have since consolidated over on that edge position, have decided to just stack up once again. Once again, they're confirmed. They don't really need to be involved in this, but it's an important pickup for iBanana, and it's also an important pickup for Bullet Rain, who's able to find a pick onto Bumble. And these are two teams that are also still fighting for placement positions, as they're in 4th and 5th, so they're right next to each other on the scoreboard. They want to both try and find a few more points to confirm themselves here, because they're not quite safe just yet.
With the MK raining out, Bad Boys made the right call and pushed back. And they're looking for the late game. I think if they see any more knocks, they might come back for it. But for now, they're looking for a new home. I'm going to try and get a res here. Smoke will trying to work their way. And yet again, the smoke will seem to be everywhere at the moment. They do lock eyes on phase 3. That will going to hurt a bit. Bambi does disengage after taking the shot. And Bambi does go down, but goes down from take risk. Higher ground, looking down. Bambi should fall. It's taken from take risk. Another team, again, which is chasing Bad Boys. Bad Boys back away. And that's not what you want to be reading in the kill feed, because that's ever closer to you going home.
Take risk, trying to close that gap. Bad Boys, they were 4 points ahead. They should be 3 ahead still now, as Take Risk able to find one for themselves. Banana also a team that's still on that chase, and they're now starting to find an engagement with Take Risk. This is an important fight for potentially 6th or maybe even 5th place, as Easy Peasy is knocked out. That's it for their run as well. They won't be getting any points any longer. They're not in top 6 contention, so that's it for them inside of these qualifiers as well. And now iBanana able to find some more pickups onto the players of Smokewall, and those are important pickups. iBanana just racking up points that they desperately need.
This points you need. Zone shift goes back. Hera now sitting on the outside. They're going to try and control that. Bad Boys getting involved in Stardust. A bit of a long distance shot. It looks like the nade comes in first. Stardust don't want to be taking the fight here, as they are chasing down Bad Boys themselves. Nice ridge, nice area. It's a dangerous fight. At least it's not going to be subject to a third party just yet. Bad Boys, as chat said, they are playing this one as a 3. Down. Nordskift, oh, nearly goes down. He's down to 1 HP. Metabay causes the damage at distance, and now here comes the util dump from Stardust. It's a 2 versus 2. No flushes. Scrap that. A flush just happens. Oh, he goes for the smoke and gets picked out. It's 2 versus 1, and they have some time if they want to at least try and get 1, 3, 4 beast back in the car and get moving. Phase forward will tickle, and this rate, they're going to be going as a duo.
Big fight for Bad Boys to try and win out. Even if they take another casualty here, even if they lose a player that was actually in the server, once again, they did start as 3, and so with 1v4 Beast getting taken out, it's only down to Heaven and Nordskiff, but we know what Nordskiff is capable of. He's shown us that in the very first game. He was able to find so many kills and placements, even though he was all on his lonesome. Now, there's finally that flush into that Stardust player. There's one more still alive that they have to try and deal with. Nordskin, he's able to find that. There we go. And that is exactly what we need out of Bad Boys to try and keep themselves alive. They found 4 kills. That is really, really huge for them as they build that gap back with Take Risk and Para again. And so this is going to force Take Risk and Para to have much, much bigger games.
Take Risk and Para right in chat. They are in really, really strong positions. And look at this Bad Boys just trying to punch a hole through the middle. This is a ditched attempt. We saw it work in Miramar for them. It didn't quite work out with all the numbers, as Nordskip was able to clutch up. He's going to get moving now. Para reposition. They're going to have a really good idea exactly who's there. And with that knock, we might see Nordskip maybe take a different approach this way. iBanana going to get the confirm and knock. And Para, well, they were trying to deal the damage, and they're going to know exactly who that is. And Bad Boys down to that final, that solo player Nordskiff. He's the one now keeping them in this event, as Para, Take Risk, iBanana, all 3 teams, they are hunting to take down the Bad Boys and take away the top 6 position. No.
If I would want it to be anyone from the solos, I would want it to be Nordskiff.
No.
He's trying to push something. No. It's the solo of Kaifu's still alive. Samada's able to find this last pickup, and that is Bad Boys. That is the cutoff line, essentially, out of the game now. They were able to find 4 kills for themselves, but they're out without any placements, and so that puts the cutoff at 36 for Bad Boys right now. If there's one more team that jumps them, they're out of this competition, and that is going to alleviate some pressure for Bullet Rain as well, who are still in this, who just have to try and find 1 more point, or maybe 2, to try and stay away from that cutoff line.
Big question now for chat. Does Bad Boys make it with that cutoff, or did they lose the grip of the top 6 in the final game? As unfortunate for Nordskiff. Now, We are going to be moving our way. We are in the placement points top 8 every time we get a team. That is not just a kill, it's a double up as well. You'll get that placement point up until second, where you bag yourself 6. If you get yourself that chicken dinner at the end of it, it's going to bag yourself 10 points plus the kills. Now, our top 6, difficult, really stacked up. We have a number of teams which are fighting for this one. Bad Boys already going up. They're in 6th place, but we've got Take Risk, Hera, Banana, Cave, who all in zone, all looking to qualify at the moment. But we could only take 6. I'm going to say Secure Sentence, Smokewall done, Savage done, Bumblebees, give or take done as well. Bullet Rain, thereabouts, I think as well. It's going to be difficult though, and it is the final game.
Savage now involved in a fight against Bullet Rain. They've lost some players once again, and one of those was to Sakura, if I saw the kill feed correctly. So once again, it is teams that are already ahead of Bullet Rain, just trying to keep them down low. And Bullet Rain, they do have some placements now because they are in the top 8, top 7 now, as Kaif does finally get eliminated. That last remaining Shaq player, Samad, does go down. And Bullet, they will need 1 or 2 more points if they really want to make sure they can stay ahead here. But they are ahead of Bad Boys, and that at the very least is going to give them some respite. But here comes the teams that are on the chase. This is an important fight. Take Risk are one of those teams that are trying to get themselves a top 6 position, but they need some more pickups. Bullet Rain able to find another. That is 3 for them. And Bullet Rain able to take down Savage. There we go. Savage may be confirmed. I mean, most likely is confirmed, but them getting taken out means that this is going to be more and more meaningful, with Bullet Rain still in this, with Bumble still in this, and most importantly, Para.
I think this is just points going away from anyone that needs them. So this is, despite the big teams fighting, the one that will win out this one is Para Esports. And it is win or die here. They're out at the moment. They've got to push forward, though. They've done this so many times. They might be down numbers, but they refuse to fall. The Hazard moves round. Baron Peak needs to get the med back on. Bumble Squad, though, looking for hit. Attackers goes for the bunny hop. Only Hazard doesn't see it. No! Para's going to fall short, and I think that's Para falling short of qualifications. If you asked me at the beginning of the day, was Para going to make it? They were 100% in my top 6. But not now. Bumble Squad moving their way in. They're already qualified. Secure Ascension already qualified. As Seifu is being a huge disruptor. And Para Esports, I think they fall short now. They're not going to qualify. They don't make a top 6 spot.
This, I believe, should be it for Bad Boys. I think they make it.
I don't know, right? Yes, but we've got Take Risk to store up. Banana to store up. So there's still 2 big teams that could take it. I think I'm gonna throw it out there. Our top 5s are secured, guys. Right? I think what we're looking now is we're looking for the 6th place only. So the teams that want to work their way in, that are currently in the top spot now, are Take and Banana, both with 4 players. Bullet Rain with 2, Bumble with 2. Is there even enough kills for these guys to bag it alone? I think these teams need to take the kills, but more importantly, they need to take the kills and the chicken dinner.
All right, interesting would be now to see how many picks Banana has, because I think they do need more kills than Take Risk.
I think Bullet Rain will be doing quick maths, and I think they're going to deny. Because they're
smart here, they could.
They're the 5th spot, right?
Yeah, and Bumble is currently sitting in 4th, so I think it would be a good idea for them to try and deny as well. They're going for a rotation into the circle, though. You can see Bumble moving forward. So this might be a fight between Bumble and Bullet, and honestly, if it unfolds like that, if Bullet Rain try to push forward into this is also going to deny the points. Might as well take out each other and not oneself. But that is going to be to the detriment of Banana Take Risk, because once again, they need these points. Banana only on 3 kills so far. Yes, they do get some placements here because they're in top 4. If they can convert this chicken dinner, that is 10 points that they need. But the question is, will that be enough to try and beat Bad Boys if they can't find any more kills? Bullet onto Bumble. They're going for this fight, and this is not going to be good for the remaining players. Everyone except Bad Boys is going to be happy about this. Problem is just one of the 2 that still have all 4 alive is going to take this game most likely, unless Bullet Rain could do something miraculous here. And that most likely will be enough to try and jump Bad Boys here.
They knew where Banana was, but they want the kills. So they've moved around. Banana doing the same. So both the teams like, look, know where you're there, mate. But I actually think it's coming down to these final kills. And I actually think that Bumble of going out early, there are 2 points that I think Take Risk might have needed to qualify. We'll wait and see. Take risks though, having a look backwards and forwards. They've heard the commotion there. They come back this way down here now. And they spot out Bullet Rain. A couple of shots come down, but they've got the high ground. Bullet Rain, well, if they don't move up, they're going to move along. And if they move along, they move along into the arms of the banana. It won't be a banana split. It'll be a full send for Bullet Rain, unfortunately. A couple of shots come through 3 times. Not getting the connections here from Take Risk. And only 2 kills. Is 2 kills even enough? I don't think so. And that's a headshot from an MK at distance. Down goes Take. It's still 4 versus 4 versus 2. One's DBA, no. The zone does shift that way, so Banana should get moving on forward.
I do believe this fight may literally be about who can win this, because both of these teams weren't that far away from Bad Boys, and Bad Boys were only able to find 4 kills inside of this and no placement points. So the cutoff, just from the math that I'm doing quickly, is Take Risk needs 6, and iBanana need 8 to match the performance of Bad Boys to get themselves into top 6. And so if iBanana want to make this, they need to take this game, and they need to take it by at least 2, potentially 3 points more than Take Risk. So that's just the quick math that's coming in on the sidelines here.
That's the quick maths. Let's call in the quick maths. That comes in. You've heard it from the analyst. This guy's a great analyst. This is why I've got him in for PUBG, by the way, because he's a sick analyst on Rainbow Six. So that's why he's here. Pro, give him a follow. Make sure he gets a name in chat. And expect to see more of him now. But I think you're right. I think the numbers are there. Take the risk, though. They take the risk, they go forward. But the Banana get the first knock, though. Abdul is going to be down first. But in there, we know he's a star. He's a dream machine. He takes some shots back. See, hears and wears back towards the other way. Banana's going back. Blue Zone, they goes out towards Billionaire. As Banana's got the crest, they've got to move forward. They've got to go head to head with Bullet Rain now. But the Bananas, they've still got the full standing strong. Take risk, need to get res. If they want to stand a chance, it's going to be down to the numbers. It's going to come down to every single kill and still you can get.
Right, and with this is a direct fight for who can make it into the top 6. Whoever wins this will, just off the placement points alone, I think, jump the other team. That's just what it comes down to, because it's a difference of 4 points. So even with the kills going different ways, and even with Bullet Rain potentially skewering either of these teams and potentially playing spoiler here, because they still have that opportunity. They can still try and take some points away from this entire engagement, but ultimately, it's just down to Banana and Take Risk. And Banana able to find one more, able to get another pickup onto Take Risk, and Take Risk lose a player to Bullet Rain. So this might come down to just Banana getting helped by Bullet Rain to get it over the line. Bullet Rain lose a player to Banana. This is another point, a crucial point that goes in favor of iBanana. And this might be all they need. If they can get Burlet up as well, they might have an opportunity. They've just got trees to try and play around. Here comes a wide swing from Hamdar to try and take down this last remaining Bullet player. There we go. Bullet Rain is out of this fight. It's only down to the 2 players of Take Risk. It is down to Hamdar. It is down to Billionaire, who are going to try and stave off Banana, who are going to try and stave off elimination from this qualifier.
If Banana win this, I think they qualify. I generally think they're going to qualify. There's one. Final player, Billionaire. He's the big star. He needs to try and dig out a 4 versus 1 here. He goes for 1. It's a 3 versus 1. He's going to get himself to cover. He's going to try and get a kill. He's trying to get a steal where he can, but he's in the open. He should have got to the cover. Reload comes in. Another opportunity as the dump of Util comes raining in. Billionaire gets another piece of the 1 shot. No, Banana's going to clutch it up. It's a winner-winner chicken dinner. There's 17 points. 17 points. I think they've done it. I genuinely think they've done it on the last game. We saw the madness yesterday. That's mental. What a last game. What a last game.
All right, it was down to 2 teams that were fighting literally for the 6th spot. Everyone else was confirmed. It was just about who was going to jump Bad Boys, because the last 2 remaining teams, either one, whoever was going to win, was going to take that spot away. Bad Boys dropped down into 8th. Both of them actually jumped Bad Boys. But thanks to the victory, thanks to that chicken dinner, iBanana jump onto 43 points in total with that 17-point game. They're able to get themselves 6th place. iBanana have done it. That big win puts them into 6th, and they're through.
Jeez, that's huge. Okay, let's break it down. Secure Sense here, my refresh now. Secure Sense in 63 points. First place, bang, smashing day, and decent. They started rough, I think, day 1, day 2. So good to see them actually take all games. Smokeball, good game for them. Bit of a ropey start, but it's a good start. Middle section was quieter, but more controlled. Smokeball just seemed to be everywhere. 57 spots.
Yeah.
Savage, 3rd, 50. Bumble Squad 48, Bullet Rain 48, but they're 1 placement point shy, but they still bagged themselves 5th. iBananas claw their way up 3 spots to 43, and they qualify. Take Risk, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye at this stage now. They find themselves on 38 points, so they are literally just shy. Bad Boys drop out. Pera drop out. 2 teams. I would have put Bad Boys and Pera in my qualifications.
Yeah, it's surprising to see both of them go out. Basically, just this last game. It was this last game. It was the decider of
Mad.
iBanana and Take Risk being able to put up late games, and that flushes both of them out of top 6. It's iBanana to take it. And that's how
Insane.
quickly one game can turn this all around.
That's why I love PUBG. That's why we love PUBG. Right, that's it from us. If you haven't already, give this man a follow. Make sure get so we can chat again. He's a great Rainbow Six caster, great analyst for Rainbow Six as well. We'll be doing more PUBG. He's in the PUBG EU Discord, so we'll be doing scrims as well. So make sure you're on his channel if you want to be covering EU scrims as well. So definitely someone to watch and a talent to. I'm glad that he's over from Rainbow Six to PUBG. That's the end of the qualifiers for the rotation, the summer edition MEA. We've started round 64. We're down to round of 16. We're only taking a top 6 position through now. Next week, as I said, is going to be the EU qualifiers. There's EWC, so the World Cup, Esports World Cup is going to be kicking off though on the next round next week as well. The week after, we have the rotation where we start working into the group stages. So next week, we will decide the EU guys. We've got the MEA. We've got the invited teams. We've got half the invited teams. Watch our social medias for Bing Esports for the remaining invited teams, and they will mash it out in the group stages. We're only from 24 to take away 16 teams to the finals, where they will duke it out for $6,000 from 1st down to 5th, but not just the line show. The prize pool, it's going to be down towards that golden ticket that I keep harping on about. I can't fathom how big that's going to be. Miss all this madness, miss all the qualifications, and get yourself in. Well, we do know a couple of teams won't be doing that, and that's Perra Esports, Bad Boys, Take Risks, and the rest of the teams that fell during the qualification. So they're going to have to reset and get ready again for PEC Full. That's it from us now. Obviously, thank you very much. Thank you for being Esports. Amazing observing, as always. Thank you for the admin, everything that goes in behind the scenes. There's so much you guys don't see. Thank you to PUBG Esports as well. We'll see you guys. Watch my social medias and Bing Esports social medias for next week. But for now, that's it. Thank you very much, and we'll see you guys next stream.